Good morning. Good morning. We are starting a little bit late because the weather apparently is horrendous. You can give me testament to that. I've been here a while now. So hopefully some of our delegates that are booked in will be coming in the next few minutes. So please will not embarrass them if they're coming in a little bit late. I just want to start with a little bit of housekeeping. It's absolutely great to see everybody here today. You will know it is being live streamed. And from yesterday, we did get hundreds of views. So hopefully we'll see more and more of that going over the next few days. Thank you to everybody that posted social media about the event. It's all very positive, so that's great feedback. And we will be reaching out to all the delegates after the event, probably early next week, just to ask for some feedback. It is the first time we've run a conference like this, and we want to get it right. So next time we want to make sure the place is absolutely packed. Just a few quick key housekeeping points. To connect to Wi-Fi, you'll see some red QR codes on some of the seats. They're also on the walls. Please use them while you're in this room and connect straight to Wi-Fi, and then you can use Wi-Fi anywhere else. But to connect to it, you need to do that while you're in this particular room. Toilets are located if you walk down this side of the building and just keep walking. Before you get to the speed lanes at the entrance, you'll see the ladies and gents toilets right there on your right. We are not expecting a fire drill today. However, if the fire alarm does sound, please follow a member of staff. You'll find all members of staff wearing a blue lanyard like this, and we'll direct you straight to the fire assembly points. We're praying it's not going to happen today because, as I said, the weather is horrendous and I haven't got a stack of umbrellas in here. If you can also ensure, please, that your mobile phones are switched off or on silent. And if you need any support at all during the event, I will be at the back of this room and we've got colleagues all around the room. So please just ask. We're more than happy to help. So if you could please join me, I'd like to welcome John Ridley, our principal, who's going to deliver you a nice welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I can give you a welcome. Whether it's nice is your judgment. My name's John Ridley. I'm the principal of Newcastle College and Newcastle College University Centre. A very warm welcome to our campus and to the fantastic Mandela building and to the conference Generation Northeast. A warm welcome back to those of you who were here yesterday and a very warm welcome for those of you who this is your first time on campus. Newcastle College is one of 7 colleges of NCG, which is a national family of colleges. But Newcastle College is very much the heart and the home of NCG, where the group originated from. And we feel it's incumbent upon ourselves as an Anglo institution to bring people together as we are today for a conversation, for a discussion. So today is about exploring skills, education, and the future workforce with respect to AI. Yesterday, we heard about the human in the loop, and today we'll consider the needs, opportunities, and challenges of those humans. You'll see in your pamphlet that today is it a pamphlet, a booklet, brochure? It's a schedule. It's a blend of keynotes, of panels, of masterclasses, and plenty of networking. Yesterday, we heard how it will take a village for AI to succeed. And we also heard how the Northeast is a village which is large enough to matter and small enough to care. So my invitation to you is to make the most of being together with inquiring minds. You wouldn't be here today if you weren't an inquiring mind. No one has all the answers. Everyone is looking for more knowledge. And the knowledge you have may be the piece in their jigsaw that they're looking for. So ask, share. NCG and Newcastle College University Centre and Newcastle College is a place of thinking workers, and you're very welcome here. So I'd now like to welcome Gerard Garvey, who's our Executive Principal of People at NCG, to give his keynote. Thank you very much and enjoy today.
Thank you very much, and it's really nice to be here and to see everybody. What we're really exploring today is the future workforce, and me in my role at NCG as Executive Principal with Oversight for People. Some of the things that I'm going to talk about, which are affecting all sectors across the Northeast, are affecting us in education. And so I want to really kind of start to touch upon some of the key themes around what does this mean for our regional job strategy. We know that the world of work is changing at an unprecedented pace, and we're seeing this through technological advancement, automation, and indeed the growth of artificial intelligence. What this means is that the workforce of the future is going to look dramatically different from the workforce today. New roles, new industries, and potentially career paths that are totally reshaped. The key thing emerging from yesterday is the need for collaboration. We have to work together to navigate the disruption that AI presents. We are confident across NCG that we can get our students ready for almost any sector, but only if we collaborate. I'd like to just start by actually looking back to the past. Art fans may recognize this. If not, this is a Turner. It's from 1844, and it's called Rain, Steam, and Speed. It's a painting about the disruptive force of technology. Turner paints a steam train literally kind of bursting out of this image. It presents the train as a force moving towards us faster than we are prepared for. And in many ways, the way the train with its steam is blaring boundaries, AI is also dissolving some of those boundaries, particularly between human and machine capability. Our job is to help people navigate this transformation, because whilst this is a painting without any people in, it is ultimately a message about people and the impact of technology on society. If we're going to thrive, we've got to be really proactive, preparing individuals to adapt to rapidly shifting labour markets and ever-changing demands for new skills. This means investing in continuous learning, fostering digital readiness, and building flexible pathways that empower people to succeed in the jobs of tomorrow. And there are barriers to that. One of our biggest regional challenges is foundation digital literacy. Government reports show clearly that low digital confidence remains one of the structural barriers which is preventing widespread AI upskilling. For many adults, the journey into digital roles begins not with coding or advanced analytics, but just building confidence using everyday digital tools. We see it here within our own organisation. We're currently redrafting our people plan and our people strategy to foreground AI literacy, because we think this is going to be central to the staff development plans for every individual. We know in the future, almost every role within NCG, whether that's in our colleges, in delivery, or in our professional services and support is going to need some level of AI proficiency. And learners at all levels are going to be expected to be developing these skills to make them ready for that transition from the classroom or the workshop into the world of work. That's one of the reasons we put so much energy into continuous curriculum updates. It's not necessarily about creating standalone AI courses, but embedding AI awareness into all of the courses that we offer and all disciplines at all levels. And we know that employers also need this support. The evidence shows many organizations are still coming to terms with what AI skills their workforce is going to need. Across these sectors listed on the board, all are becoming increasingly reliant on AI, automation, and data to improve efficiency and decision making. Colleges can work with employers so that we can address these needs. We can co-create solutions. We can work together to design and refine programs that emphasize the right skills for each sector. And I think it's key that not just here in the Northeast, but across the UK, we've got to really acknowledge the role that colleges, as part of that educational ecosystem, including schools and universities, colleges are really central, particularly colleges like Newcastle and across NCG, because we are going to be instrumental in ensuring that new and emerging industries genuinely translate into opportunities for local people. We know that despite the technological growth, diversity and inclusion remain a challenge in the tech sector. Only about 9% of tech employees come from the lowest socioeconomic backgrounds, and that's exactly why colleges are so important, because we are bridging gaps, opening doors, and creating pathways into future-focused careers. For those already in work, the opportunities offered by the lifelong learning entitlement, modular learning, and micro-credentials, and our online provision place us in a strong position to meet those evolving needs of adults. The pace of change, particularly driven by AI, means our responsibility aligns with the challenges that employers face. Those workers who are currently in employment will need reskilling and upskilling, especially in areas that are most likely to feel that disruption. And we know from the IPPR report, up to 8 million jobs in the UK could be at risk. If we think about where those roles might lie, it doesn't take long before we start to think about what will back office roles look like in the future, what's going to happen with entry-level positions, part-time jobs, or sectors that employ a high proportion of young people. These are the things we are starting to think about as an organisation as we look at our strategic workforce plan. And some sectors are feeling it now, but the likelihood is that every sector is going to experience this as that pace of change accelerates. And there is support, and this is developing and changing all of the time. It is a recognised change and a recognised problem that we've got to work collectively on. And ultimately, skills partnerships are essential. We need to make sure we've got regional collaboration that mirrors some of the successful models elsewhere. And I think of things like the Solent AI Skills Partnership, cross-sector, linking employers, universities, FE, colleges, business networks, and local authorities. It's about mapping those regional AI skills. What do we need? Supporting businesses in that responsible AI adoption, and maybe offering skills boot camps in AI, creative tech, software development, and digital marketing. Each discipline area within quite complex sectors is going to be affected. So we need to work together to see how that's going to be affected and what we can be doing jointly to address that. I touched earlier on inclusion. I mean, this is for us at NCG a huge driver when I think about our own workforce. We've got 2,500 staff. It's going to be a key priority. We need to make sure that staff are being upskilled regardless of role. And for learners, this is key for us because widening participation of underrepresented groups is at the core of our values. And we know that the tech sector's got long-standing challenges around diversity. For example, women make up just 21% of tech teams. What we've got to watch is that the risk is AI could widen these inequalities. So we have to act intentionally. Initiatives like the Energy Academy show what's possible when local communities are connected to new industries and when underrepresented groups are supported to engage with emerging fields. We, as a college group, and we, as Newcastle College, need to ensure that training and apprenticeships are available, accessible, and aligned to employer needs. Universities, colleges, and industry leaders have got to collaborate to accelerate our planning and development now. And this is where NCG, with our national reach, can play a distinctive role. Our commitment is that the AI growth zone benefits not just businesses, but every community that we serve. Our aim is about providing access at every level, not just entry level, but ensuring progression through FE into HE. For example, Newcastle College University Centre's strategy is aiming that by 2030, 50% of our eligible FE students are going to progress onto higher education and higher level awards. This progression is vital if we are going to create a sustained supply of talent for the region. So, not a great deal of answers this morning, but that is what today is about. It is about engaging in that discussion and thinking together, what could we do? And what aren't we doing at the moment that we need to start? Because in short, the future workforce is going to depend on three things: accessible entry points, clear progression pathways, and strong partnerships. And colleges are uniquely placed to deliver all three of these. If we get it right, the North East will not only harness the potential of AI, but could lead the country in creating a workforce that's inclusive, future-ready, and able to thrive. I'm going to hand over now to the panel, which is going to start to explore some of these with a particular focus on those educational training and pathways that I mentioned. But I hope you have a wonderful day.
There's some water underneath your chairs if you need any water. It's there. Well, you all know who I am because I give the welcome. So I'm inviting the panel. We'll start with you, Catherine. I'll give away your name. If you want to introduce yourself to the audience, please.
Morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Orridge. I'm assistant principal here at Newcastle College. Have a real passion for skills, as you would imagine and expect, but it's around ensuring that those skills that we develop are the actual skills that are needed out here in the workforce tomorrow, in 5 years, and in 10 years' time.
Hi everyone, my name's Erin. I am currently a student on my last year in completing computer science.
Good morning, everyone. This is Fahim. I'm the program leader of software engineering and computing over here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm James Edge. I'm the other assistant principal here at Newcastle College. Like Catherine, have a real passion for this area and very interested how we can use AI to really implement curriculum.
Hi everyone, I'm Heather. I'm here from Accenture to represent the business arm. In my day job, I'm a senior delivery manager who's kind of specialising in government transformation. But in my spare time, and my passion project is I'm our early talent lead for the North East.
Brilliant. So yesterday we heard about the economic potential of AI to the region, and so we'll start with a bit of a quick fire round. Could you tell me then, in your view, what's the single most important change education providers or employers should make now to ensure that the region has the AI skills it needs? Catherine.
Yeah, I did allude to this yesterday on one of the panels I was on, but for me, it's having a shared understanding of what AI skills are. So education and industry have that shared understanding so we can work on those skills holistically and in harmony together.
Fantastic. Erin, from your point of view, what's the single thing an education provider could do?
I believe we should be adjusting the curriculum to meet the future workforce. Instead of seeing it as a negative stance, you should think of more of it as a positive and something that we can all work towards as we go on to the future.
I think that's very much for the audience members who don't work in education, that's a very live topic now about the application of AI. AI for good rather than AI as something that perhaps impacts the credibility of learning. So that's Fahim.
So in my perspective, AI is just like a newborn baby. Without direction, it goes in the wrong pathway. In the morning, I had a conversation with Mark as well. So right now we are focusing on embedded the AI for every single curriculum, right? Rather than just like myself, like a software and computing. That's a part of like the new generation. But the thing is that what about the other things like healthcare science and talk about like engineering, aviation, every single bit that all are connected with the AI. So that's the main thing. So we need to embed in every single curriculum. That is a major step, right? After you have like this much amount of like 40 billion in next decade, that's the main thing.
Fantastic. Thank you. We'll explore some of that. James.
Yeah, really simply for me, the step change is joint ownership. So the AI skills development between employers and education working together. Quite simply, the employers tell us how they're using AI. We had some amazing examples yesterday with Humour telling us how they use AI to help with patient notes. The Maldron said how they use AI to predict when there's going to be busy periods within the hospitality industry. Us as an education provider need to rapidly translate those needs into taught content, need to look at projects and live briefs. And the most important bit is we've got to review these in a consistent manner.
Fantastic. We characterised that yesterday as a practice transfer partnership where we're working together, what the need is, adapting and leading each other in that way. Heather.
Spot on. I think the practical applications are going to be the most important thing here, and the way that we collaborate to show not just how we can embed it from a technological standpoint, but actually how we have to embed it and keep people inspired across all disciplines and all business sectors.
Thanks, Heather. Really appreciate that. James, that's the first time you've had some praise at work, isn't it?
No,
spot on.
Thanks, Sue.
You're very welcome.
Don't get used to that, James. Catherine, coming to you then. So which AI skills or capabilities do you think presently matter the most for the region's future?
For me, I think Gerard touched on it. Before I get to AI, I would want to know that our digital literacy skills, so the core competencies around digital literacy, were there across the region. If I was certain of that, and if we had all of that, I would be thinking about what are our priority areas, what are the skills of the future in the region. So again, Gerard touched on some of those, and we would be focusing on that collaboration with those industries to look at how we align our curriculum to ensure that we have those development opportunities for AI within those curriculum areas. One of the priority areas that I want to focus on, though, is actually the education workforce. So that isn't there in that list. That isn't in many of the plans. We hear about energy, we hear about healthcare, we hear about all of these vital industries, but actually the education industry is preparing all of our future workforce for that. So that would be a key focus for me. That would be a priority. Our educators.
Thanks, Catherine. That leads us nicely to the next question. And Heather, be keen for your views. So as Catherine says, you're preparing individuals for the world of work. And in your view, what's the one thing you wish graduates could do better when they enter the workplace?
So ignoring AI for a moment, if I may, it's actually that ability to be self-learners. And I think actually AI can really accelerate this if we do it really well. What I particularly find, and Accenture hires people across kind of traditional graduate programs, apprenticeships, integrated learning for career changers, and my favorite people to bring in through early talent are those who really know how to teach themselves new things and how they can be, really creative and curious in the way that they upskill themselves, because the pace of change is so fast. And I think sometimes, particularly in more kind of traditional educational institutions, we focus a huge amount on, exam-based, fact-based information, and a lot less on that kind of practical skill set, so that when things change in 5 years' time, our young people know how to adapt to that.
Thanks, Heather. That came up yesterday as well, and we explored, I mentioned on the panel as well, AI perhaps moves us away from a credential-based education process where individuals are examined at the end for the knowledge that they know, and more to the provision that we run here at the University Centre and colleges of experiential learning, where individuals create a portfolio of work and demonstrate what they can do. And that idea of being a self-starter that's curious is something that we're working very hard on. That's really helpful. Thanks, Heather. Appreciate that. Fahim, with that in mind then, and given your role as an academic, how are you approaching the assessment of AI tools, and how are you balancing that with the fundamentals of your discipline presently?
Well, in my perspective, right, the first thing is the self-accountability of the AI tools, because if you just type anything in the AI, any LLM, I'm not talking about any specific one, what's the weather? It doesn't make sense, right? It gives you the weather of everything, like whether it's the weather temperature on the data center. You need to be specific. So that's a part of the prompt engineering as well, right? So these is the hard fields in this particular sector. How you can ask the question to the LLMs. I'm not talking about like Copilot, anyone. They all are similar into the same ecosystem, whether it's Google, AWS, Azure, whatever it is, right? So the major part is self-accountability. If you give them a feed to the AI, what is the response back to do? You need to check that first before embedding into your results, right? In the same way on for the lecturers as well, our side. So if we are dealing with the AI, because I've made a prep from the AI, yes, it's true. But the thing is, I need to check that first, whether it's appropriate for the learners on their capabilities, right? It might be like, I'll just build like some sort of session and it's higher than their existing knowledge. It's bounce back, right? So we need to make a self-accountability while you are using the AI. That's the major thing.
And just stay with you, Fahim, then, if you were to give one piece of advice to any educators who are watching or in the audience, what's the advice you give in terms of when they're designing the curriculum for next academic year, when they're thinking about learning, so to build that self-accountability, what advice would you give them?
So the thing is that you need to embed things from the market. So your learners should be future ready. What do you mean by that? So you need to grab the scenarios, the real world scenario from the industry, ensure any companies, right? And embed those types of tasks in your actual module guide or actual assessment. So you'll be better at, because you're ready your learners for the market. So that's the ambition, right? That's the main thing for the next couple of years.
Of course, Catherine, go on.
Yeah, just Thanks, and I just wanted to add to what you've said, and thinking again about that kind of upskilling.
Yeah.
So that we're able to do this in education. It's, for me, looking at what are the AI tools, but it's not enough to kind of introduce those tools and say to educators, use this. What are we actually doing? What are the skills involved in that? And I think that's a big sort of focus for us here at Newcastle College.
As mentioned in yesterday, right? AI is just a catalyst in the reaction, right? It's not the replacement. So if you're thinking about it's the replacement, you are not in a good position. So AI is just a catalyst. It will just quick your process every single thing. So that's where we build the AI, as we talk about in the morning as well, right? So if you just go and see any of the AI models, every single quarter they release a new update. It means the model you trained previously is being outdated. The parameters, the things that you built is no longer available, is no longer used.
Go on, James. Yeah.
Just to add on that, we know the tools are going to change. They're going to be updated constantly, but the fundamentals, the capabilities won't. So we need to look at how we assess that. So we need to assess the decision making, not the mastery of that tool. We need to really look at the process rather than the outcome. And actually, fundamentally, reflection is going to be key. Can our learners make the justifications, and can they evaluate how they've got to that end point?
Yeah, I think to Fahim's point, we saw the catalyst we discussed yesterday about that AI wouldn't replace the human. The human had to be in the loop to make sense of what was happening. And so then to the future generation, Aaron, no pressure. What do you think, what practical behaviors or mindsets do you think that you should have as a graduate and graduates should have moving into the workplace that has AI incorporated?
It's more so learning to adapt with the AI, as everyone already mentioned. It's constantly changing, and I believe we should learn to work with the AI instead of designing it for specific people. So we should learn to adapt with the AI and continue with the processes at hand.
That's really, really helpful. I was speaking to Aaron beforehand, and this is my personal thought. When you're trained to be a teacher, the trope is just stay one page ahead of the students until you can have a few years under your belt, and then you can start deepening your knowledge. I think the challenge with AI is that the students are coming in and they are books ahead of where we are at this moment in time in their expectations. So we've got to start accelerating the application, and not just large language models, but AI in the application in the workforce. So it really is not just collaboration it's a tripartite collaboration, not just between education institutions and employers, but education institutions, employers, and the individuals who are training, particularly young people who are using AI on a daily basis. It's not necessarily part and parcel of something additional. It's part of their use. So we're going to learn lots from you, Aaron. Coming to you then, Heather, thinking about then training. So just right now, what training routes, degrees or short courses, apprenticeships are delivering the best return for employers right now?
Personally, I love apprenticeships. And I think particularly working with less traditional, higher education institutions, not to call out, Newcastle University as a great example. I went to Newcastle University. They're a fantastic institution for kind of traditional teaching and learning. But for apprenticeships, colleges like this one are able to make it go faster. You can do a condensed apprenticeship. We can integrate, learning and working on a job in the most seamless way. And I think I personally find the young people that go through our apprenticeship program, it accelerates their careers so quickly, because from day one, they are learning practical skills. They're kind of building a foundational specialism. And then we're able to weave things like AI and all of this learning all the way through their job. So apprenticeships are absolutely my favourite.
And I wonder, value your view on what you think about, because we talk about skills gaps a lot. Do you think that it's skills and experience gaps, the ability for you to have confidence that an individual can undertake the task?
Yeah, and I think, I actually really do put a lot of value in hiring career changers into a lot of our programs. So what we get quite a lot through Accenture is people applying for traditional apprenticeships and higher education apprenticeships, that have had whole careers under their belts, and helping them make the transition into technology is markedly different from the young people who come through, as you said, very savvy already. You know, in some ways, probably using AI too much as a crutch. So the way that we adapt to those people is very, very different.
Thank you. And it's interesting you mentioned about people who are changing careers and mid-career as well. It's be really important. Can I come to you then, Catherine, thinking then about what are the concrete steps that the university centre or the education providers can take to better support mid-career and non-traditional learners into AI roles?
Yeah, I think building really on what you've just said there, Heather, those sort of mid-career or upskilling, reskilling learners that we're working with, they don't necessarily come with that savviness around the tools, but they often do come with the experience, with those more holistic skills. So the problem solving, the decision making, you know, being able to evaluate things, look at some data or look at information and make decisions on what that's telling them. So it's building on, they've already got a lot of those transferable skills. So let's introduce them to sort of short modules on artificial intelligence, for example, and they already have a lot of those core skills that they can add to that. I just want to mention as well, so that that's sort of mid-career, but what about those who are families or those that have been long-term unemployed? So thinking about those individuals coming in. So again, those shorter courses, we're looking at that, sort of really introducing individuals into that. We have to be mindful of some of those marginalised groups as well and how we engage with those. And that's where I think places like Newcastle College as a sort of anchor institution can support with things like that. So supporting a kind of hub and environment, making sure those resources are available here. And where we can't attract those individuals in, ensuring that we have that community presence as well. So we're going out into communities and introducing all of this to all of our community groups.
Yeah, Gerard mentioned that really important ethical point of ensuring gaps don't widen, that we use this to close gaps, and then working collaboratively, and not just out in the community, but education providers, so the colleges of North East England, the universities of North East England, working collaboratively together to have the broadest reach. For him, I'd be really fascinated to know your view about what we can do to enhance those that are coming in, or to attract those in mid-career who are typically non-traditional.
Well, to be fair, we need to organize the boot camps for them, right? So it's just might be 12 weeks, 3 months, 3.5 months to grasp the technology things, right? And when they embedded it with their any career, I'm not talking about any specific, because we're already running a boot camp for software engineering. So, but the thing is that is all across the curriculum. So you just enroll into that particular specific course, and then they realize how they can actually use their core capabilities on the top of the AI. Because yesterday someone mentioned that they have some sort of project which is not getting funding. So you just embed the AI bits in it, and there you go. They will grab the funding from the joint ventures and the capital venture. So that's one of the bit. So if you embed AI correctly in every single domain, that will enhance the chance. As already mentioned in the morning one, we have a disruption for about 8.5 million jobs which are in danger. So if we don't adopt the change will change the entire thing. As we already have the example of Nokia, Nikon passed because they didn't adopt the change. So you must need to adopt the change to grab your thing onto the track. That's it.
Just on that, I've thought about this one quite a lot, and I think employers, rather than waiting for the perfect talent, it's a shift from hiring from readiness to building readiness in the workforce. So to put that really simply, stop waiting for fully formed AI specialists and start using your platform and allowing staff to use it safely, productively, day to day, and allow them to make a mistake and allow them to have permission to start being imperfect in it.
Well, that actually leads on seamlessly. I was just distracted by how fantastic your socks are, James. Better than mine. Never mind. Heather, then thinking about the adoption of employees and encouraging people to trial, what advice or suggestions would you give that would help employers to adopt AI faster through skills rather than waiting for that perfect talent that has all the answers?
And I think, honestly, the perfect talent doesn't really exist, particularly with the pace of change. The main thing that we do is really embed the mindset of using AI rather than necessarily starting with the hands-on practical, here's ChatGPT, away you go. The principles behind using something like AI, as I think has been said before, it's an accelerator. It's having you default to getting some support in everything that you do. So, for example, if you are starting a journey as a software engineer, how do you utilize that? Well, you want to start with your specialist skill. You want to try and do something yourself, that kind of proactive learning. And then you're using it as an aid to validate that stuff. And if we're embedding that mindset that you can start to integrate with AI just as a confidence booster more than anything, having that mindset means that when you do get new tooling and new things get released into the market and suddenly it's not ChatGPT, maybe it's Copilot. What is this? Is it Gemini? All of these things, that becomes a lot less scary because you have the fundamental principle of, are you thinking about it in that way?
Thanks, Heather. Erin, I'd love to know in terms of yourself, so thinking less about, on the other side, as an employee, as somebody who's going to graduate and look to then go and work in industry, what are the skills that you're developing to demonstrate that you're work ready?
That's a good question. It's more leaning on what the lecturers are currently teaching you. Is more like readiness, adaptability, confidence. Confidence is a really large one. With AI, it's more competence and learning to use it effectively. Because in all honesty, like Fahim said, it's a tool to begin with, and it's just starting out. So really, competence to use that tool is more ethical. And on the other hand, I'm just thinking, sorry, you do need to adapt with the said tool. This could be like Copilot, Gemini, ChatGPT. It's more learning like the fundamentals to use them AI tools.
And if I may, just as a follow-up, because yesterday we were encouraged to think about work and play, that you're going to have to play with AI to find its limitations. Is that what you're doing now? Are you playing and experimenting with it with AI models?
It's more on the edge. I want to learn and adapt with the models, play with it. It's more finding the fine line between if I'm breaking ethical standards or is it plagiarism. So it's more finding the creativity, using it as a tool to adjust, let's say, assignments, looking for corrections, but it's not physically writing the assignment for you.
Yeah, using it as a critical friend rather than someone's doing it for you is important, right?
Yeah.
And as I said, that is what all education establishments are wrestling with. I think that's really important. So let's keep that conversation going. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I'll tell you what employees are looking for as well, is the confidence to speak in public like this. You should be very pleased. Catherine, you had something? Do you want to yeah, brilliant, right?
I was actually just going to say that work readiness, you're demonstrating amazingly. So I just want to give you that feedback. Thank you.
Well done. Spot on. It's almost over. Hang on in there. James, coming to you next. You've got to follow that, mind. Your fantastic socks. Can you tell us give us a practical action? I'm conscious that we're talking about Newcastle College University Centre because we're here, but this is not just it's not a promotion for what we're doing. This is about education providers, colleges and universities. But give a practical example of something that we're doing at the University Centre in the next 12 months to strengthen collaboration with employers.
Yeah, so as mentioned already, we have some really fantastic advisory boards, so employee advisory boards, where we really do listen to what the employees want. So what skills are their future employees missing, and how can we help to embed that? What we then do is we look at how our curriculum's formed. If we think at FE, we do have specs, we have awarding bodies. We can't necessarily change the content of that, but we can change how we assess that. So actually, are we developing resilience, problem solving? So instead of it being a 500 page word essay, let our young people do a presentation, stand in front of an audience, exactly what we're doing now, and make sure that they excel in the workplace, making sure they know how to work in a team, all these softer skills at the same time as embedding AI, not as a standalone, but where we can throughout their journey at the college.
So, last question. This is the only thing stepping between you and some refreshments, so be quick fire, right? Come to you first. Heather, we'll go in a different way now. What's the one piece of advice the single next step students or educators could take in the Northeast or should take to be part of the AI's future? What's the bit of advice you'd give to somebody who's looking to go and work in the Northeast in AI?
Be curious. So through the way that we educate people, the way that we onboard early talent into businesses, you've got to foster that curiosity and the fun, which has been mentioned a few times, because if we're enjoying what we're doing, we're going to do it really well.
Fantastic. Foster curiosity and fun. If you had that, you can't say what Heather said, okay? So, James.
I would just say pick one element in your life, in your world, which AI could help, and go with it. Support it, reflect on it. Don't wait for permission and don't wait for perfection. Go with it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Rahim?
Well, for me, right, build a core concept. Whatever the field you are in, build a core concept. Especially for software engineering, get rid of about like the languages. Build the core essentials, right? What are the things that you need to adopt? And that's it. And the second thing is problem-solving mindset.
Fantastic. If you'd advise, if you'd give some advice on kind of the one thing to adopt, what would you?
So
your top
is
tip would be?
building the problem-solving mindset. All right, that's my advice, right, for the future workforce in the AI.
Thank you, Rahim. Aaron.
I would say embrace the current chaos with the AI. It's an ever-changing environment, and I would say use it wisely, but also be creative.
I love how disruptive. Embrace chaos. Yes, let's embrace chaos. Great, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's what you're discovering now, and you're sitting on a panel, Aaron, and I want to point this out. We've all been thinking about the answer to these questions, and you're here now, being able to just embrace that and say, "This is what we're going to do." It's fantastic. Catherine, it's the one bit of advice you give to people in the
So
audience.
everyone's taken the best answer. So one bit of advice is, as a region, we need to understand what true collaboration is. Ruth referred to something yesterday as intentional collaboration. Do we really do that if we're going to get education employers working together?
Do we?
I don't believe so.
Oh, we'll leave it on that. It's a cliffhanger. It's a cliffhanger. It's an invitation for us all to collaborate, and we could all do more, couldn't we? That's where we're at with that. Could you please show your appreciation to the panel members? It's now exactly 10:45, so we've made the time back. There are refreshments being served outside, and we return back for our master classes at 11 o'clock. So return back in here at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much for your attention so far. Thank you.
Right, good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me at the back there, can you? Seems like you're miles away at the other end of the room, but I'll try not to, hopefully won't have to shout too much. My name's Scott Mulholland. I'm Chief Information, Data and Estates Officer for NCG, which is, I think, the longest job title I've ever had. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it basically does what it says in the tin. And it's also the best job I've ever had, I've got to say. I've been with NCG for about 6 years now, and it's been pretty eventful 6 years at that. We've come through an awful lot of change and interesting experiences, with AI just being the latest of those. But I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's been fantastic. And that's been my first experience of the further education sector too. Prior to that, I worked in higher education for upwards of 20 years. So I think it's about 23 years. And before that even, just to press myself further, I had 10 years working in the shipping industry in this country and in various locations overseas. So it's been a long and varied career so far, and I've really enjoyed it. It's been terrific. The things that excite me most in all of that time are working with education, people, and technology. And I think the continuous theme that runs through certainly the last 20, 25 years, probably longer than some of you have been alive at the back of the room there, is driving digital transformation. Which takes us to the topic we've got today. So the latest wave in digital transformation is around artificial intelligence. I'm going to be talking about how we embed that in our digital strategy here. And putting a point of view to you and showing you some examples of how we apply it in NCG. So, just to remind you what you signed up for here today. So the session here is about the idea that, I don't know, I'm coming in and out vocally, aren't I? So there we go, I'll try and stand there. So a lot of people have approached me over the last couple of years and said, when do we get our AI? Or when is the AI arriving? As if it's something that will simply arrive in a gift wrap box on your desk one day. Now that's a complete misconception from the outset. It's an understandable one, because in the media, the term AI it's not being particularly well defined by anyone. We simply refer to it and assume that everybody knows what it is. But the reality is, it is not just one single thing. It is many, many different types of technology, which are all brought together under the same kind of overarching banner. So that's the idea here today. So I'm making the argument that AI isn't something that you should have a separate plan for, a separate strategy for. It should be embedded in your wider digital strategy. So I'll say more about that in just a little bit. And I'll give you some examples of how we're using it in practical terms in NCG2. So this is about strategy. So just to set the scene, a bit, NCG is a large organization. So for those of you who are Newcastle College students, or those of you who don't know Newcastle College Group at all, there are 7 colleges. We've got 2 in London, 2 here in Newcastle, we're in Carlisle, we're in Kidderminster, and we're in West Lancashire as well. There are about 2,000 staff and around about 40,000 students across the whole of the group, depending on how you count them. So Newcastle College is by far the largest, but it's a very large organization. It's very diverse in terms of geographical location, but also in terms of the demography, the mix of students we've got in those colleges, age groups. We have adults, we have 16 to 19, we have sixth form students, we have overseas students learning English for the first time. So there's a tremendous mix of people in this organization. And I think that's our diversity, I think, is our great strength. And each of the colleges is bound by a shared commitment to this idea of social mobility and economic prosperity through exceptional education. So that's the overarching strategic spiel. Looking at the vision around all of that is for us to be recognized as a sector leader in all of the things that we're committed to. So that's about local impact, it's about national influence, and it's about reach. I'm not going to go through each of those goals on the screen there. Those are the 6 strategic goals. So it might be of interest to some of you in the room, but I imagine it'd be pretty boring for some of the students we've got with us. The one that we need to focus on for today's purposes is facilities. And that's really my responsibility. So I'm accountable to our corporation board and to our chief executive for the delivery of that particular objective. And that's really about creating outstanding digital and physical learning spaces. And there's an important point to make there, I think, about how we organize our teams and our services. Because in many places I've worked in the past, universities especially, estates, looking after the physical buildings, the facilities we work with, and IT are run as completely separate services, which very often means that they're at odds with one another, they compete for resource, they might be pulling in separate directions completely. When I arrived here, I was Chief Information and Data Officer, and about 3 years ago, I was asked to take on estates as well, which is something I've wanted to do for a long, long time, and it's been transformational in NCG. So we no longer think of buildings and IT as separate things, they're a single entity. Hopefully from a student experience, you begin to get some appreciation of that, because things should work just in a much more intuitive and straightforward way. So that's really my job here. The digital strategy fits in all of that, so I'm going to link that back to what that strategy involves just very shortly. But there's a loose agenda for this discussion. I'm quite happy if anybody wants to shout out, speak up. I've got you for an hour, I think, but I promise not to talk at you for the whole of that time. It would be nice if we had some kind of interaction. The loose agenda, first of all, I'm pleased to see we've got students with us. I was terrified yesterday because we had a room full of people from NVIDIA and Lenovo, and I thought they know much more about technical AI than I will ever do. But I can see we've got a much more mixed audience here today, so that's great. So I'm going to say a little bit about what artificial intelligence is, a little bit about the history of this, put it in historical context. There's a lot of hype around this as well. You've seen that everywhere. It's all over the media, almost as much as Donald Trump is, but I won't dwell on him. AI is far more interesting. Also, the last point there, so the second half of this session is really about how we're using AI. So how have we embedded it in our strategy? And what are some practical examples of what it does? So here comes the theory stuff. So AI is many things, but it's not new. So it's been around for probably the last 70 years. The term AI was invented in the 50s. That's how, 1950s, that's how far back this goes. AI is essentially machines learning to do things that previously only people could do. They learn on the back of vast amounts of data. What they're doing is establishing patterns in that data, and they use that pattern to predict what's most likely to happen next in a particular sequence. So if you ask an AI, what comes after the numbers 6, 7, 8, 9, it'll come back and tell you 10, but that's not because it can count, it's because all of the data it has access to tells it that that's what happens next. Okay, so it's just predicting the next thing that's likely to happen. On the left-hand side here, there are a number of examples of different types of intelligence. Now, pretty much all of those can already be done much better by AI than they can be done by human beings. There are a couple of exceptions to that. So the second last one, so bodily and kinesthetic, that's about motor skills, so the dexterity to do things. So in our case, you know, we train plumbers, we train electricians, we train carpenters to do those things. Those are dexterous activities that you need quite a lot of skill to do physically. AI struggles with that, but it's making huge steps forward, and I'll come to that again just shortly. The one that's, I think, safer as human beings for us and that we can bank on being around for the foreseeable future is that we will still be more capable in terms of inter- and intrapersonal intelligence. So emotional intelligence will be a strength of ours, I think, probably, certainly for our lifetimes, and who knows, forever. AI does not have consciousness. It doesn't have sentience. It's just a machine. That's a really important point to bear in mind. So everybody who's scaremongering about, you know, the Terminator and the singularity and all that sort of thing, I really wouldn't lose any sleep over that. If that ever happens, it's a very long way away. Which doesn't change the fact that AI over the next few years, very few years, is going to utterly change the landscape of the world we live in and the jobs we do. A little bit of technical stuff around, so different types of AI. So I mentioned at the outset, it's not a single thing that arrives gift-wrapped on your desk. It's a variety of things. So for example, on the left-hand side there, we've got, I think, supervised learning models. So supervised learning models learn from structured data, which is usually numbers, and it's pulled together in a tabular form. And it's a very directed thing. Now, an example of that in practice might be a supermarket, for example, looking at, so there's going to be what the weather forecast is like for the summer, or are there any sporting events coming up? And they will then buy beer to stock on their shelves in anticipation of that. So it helps them predict how much they need. Going beyond that, on the other side, so unsupervised learning models are looking at things that are less structured, unstructured data. So it's looking at text, it's looking at audio, it's looking at video and images. And it's establishing patterns of behavior in there, classifications, if you like, categorization. And an example in the real world of that in practice is the likes of Netflix, for instance, which looks at what you've enjoyed watching in the past, and then it compares that with what other people like you have enjoyed watching and makes recommendations of what you might like to watch next. Yeah? There are other types in there, so reinforcement models. So they introduce the idea of reward. So teaching AI to play chess or Go or any kind of game at all involves telling it when it's got one right and when it's got one wrong. That's a fundamental premise in the whole of AI. So it learns by being told what's right and what's wrong. So reinforcement models accelerate the pace of development for all of these things. And in the middle there, there's, what have I called that, neural networks? Yeah, so deep learning. So deep learning is about neural networks, which is just getting far too technical, but it kind of simulates the way the human brain works. So you've got all of these different technologies and models working together, and they are AI, or you could call it machine learning. AI is kind of a misleading term in some ways. All right. Hopefully that was useful. I think we've got some pretty expert people in the room, but I think we've got some people who are maybe more new to this subject, so hopefully you found that useful. A little bit of historical context here. I said AI has been around for 70 years now, and there's been a lot of development in the course of that time. And it's really just in the last few years that it's become such a massive subject because of neural learning, or neural networks, I should say, and deep learning. But this is just the latest stage in what has been like a 250, 260 year continuous innovative progression of industrial technology of one kind or another. It's just the next step. There are lots of people talking about this as the fourth industrial revolution. That's kind of an argued point. I don't really accept that. I think the third industrial revolution was the arrival of telecommunications, the computer, the internet, and so on. And I think what we're seeing now is just the next step in the evolution of that third stage. What is clear from each of these previous stages is that the only way to really thrive in this constant kind of chaotic environment we live in is to embrace it. I think one of the previous panelists talked about embracing chaos. I think you do need to grasp this and just get on board. You might be scared of it. There are risks involved, but get on board and then you can help to determine the direction of it. If you're standing on the wings, terrified to move because you'll do something wrong, then you'll be left behind. So take the plunge, be curious. I think that was one of your words earlier. Just get involved. That's what I would suggest. Learn from the past. The only thing you can really learn from this is that getting in the way, you'll just be left behind. There's an awful lot of stuff about this in the media right now. And there's a thing called the Gartner hype cycle, which you might have heard of. But taken at a basic level, all that really is, it comes from a guy called Roy Amara, who had this law, Amara's law, which states that the impact of technology in the short term is always overestimated, and it's always underestimated in the long term. So what you normally see, and this happened with the railway engines, it happened with electricity, it's happened with the dot-com boom back in the early noughties. There is massive excitement in the early stages, and then it reaches up to what's called the peak of inflated expectations, which is probably around about where we are right now. And then usually there is a kind of period of disenchantment, disillusionment, and it goes off the boil for a bit. You see stock prices start to drop, for example. But inevitably, it will pick up again as people accept that this is a reality, it's here for good, and in time, it will exceed the expectations we had of it in the short term. So keep that point in mind as well. So all of the fuss and nonsense you hear going on at the moment will go away eventually, but the reality is that this is here for good. One example of that, so there's going to be a lot of turbulence in the marketplace, jobs market, the share market, everywhere. Certainly over the next few months, years, who knows how long it'll take. And one example of that is this. So people are gambling against the market right now. So I don't know if anybody's heard of this guy, Michael Berry. There's a film called The Big Short. You might have heard of it. Christian Bale played him in the film anyway. But he had the right idea to bet against the market back in 2008, 2009 during the subprime crisis, and he and other hedge fund players like him basically crashed the market and made a lot of money out of it. There are noises like this appearing at the moment. He's just bet just over $1 billion against two of the biggest companies in AI, NVIDIA and Palantir, last year on the assumption that their share price would crash and he would then benefit from that. And he's not the only one by any means. The other side of that, so to keep the hype thing going, is you're looking at companies like Claude. Who makes Claude? Anthropic. A company called Anthropic make one of the AI tools that you maybe have used called Claude. They're trying to go public, so they're trying to get quoted on the stock exchange, and their valuation has quadrupled in the last year. And you're looking at companies like NVIDIA, who supply the microchips for the data centers, who are now valued in terms of trillions of dollars. So it's just an incredible market at the moment. It will slow down. But the fact is, this is here to stay, and it's going to be even stranger in future than we could possibly imagine. And one example of that here is this idea of humanoid robotics. Now, as recently as last year, there was a lot of eye rolling when I mentioned to people that robotics was a serious thing, and we should start thinking about what it means for us. Now, you'll be seeing this in the news pretty much every day over the course of the next year. But these things are available on the market now. Some of them are being designed for domestic purposes, like doing your ironing and taking the bins out. Others are much more industrial, so you're seeing them being used by companies like Hyundai and Ford in their factories to assemble cars with great effect as well. So the likelihood is that there will be millions of these in circulation by 2035. And that's not my opinion, that's other people are writing that. I'm just quoting back to you what they say. That means things we're not going to have robots running about teaching our students at any time. I don't think we'll ever have that, even if we wanted it. But what it does mean is we need to think about how that changes our curriculum and what we teach. Because if there are millions and millions of these robots out there, they'll need people to maintain them, for example. Like your car needs to be maintained and serviced and have an MOT. There will be whole new skill sets, professions emerging from AI. especially as we move from AI on screen to AI in the physical world, moving around amongst us. But on a more mundane, humdrum level, there's so much we can do right now, just with very basic things like recording meetings, producing notes, getting it to help you with your classwork, those sorts of things. You don't have to go straight to the world-changing stuff. There are many, many examples that you can apply every day to really transform your lives in a real sense. So you can't go straight to this optimized level. For those of you who are already running organizations, those of you who are maybe looking forward to running organizations in future, one important point to bear in mind is that you shouldn't try to do everything at once, because you will fail. If you try to do everything at once, and you'll set yourself up to fail and create all sorts of expectations that can't be met. So an important first step in working out where AI fits in your strategy and your organization is to think about your own maturity, organizational maturity. And at the bottom end, you might just start to be curious about it. You might be talking to people. You might be coming to conferences like this to find out what the possibilities are. And then you move through greater levels of maturity, start to apply what you're learning, and it becomes broader and broader across your organization. So in these early stages, you might have pilot projects and start experimenting with things like Copilot or whatever. And then you get to the point where it's a more embedded feature of the way your organization works. And ultimately, you get to the stage where it's second nature, and everybody takes it for granted. And I think we will get to that point. Just as now, nobody gets excited about websites and the internet anymore. But when I took a master's back in 2021, I think it was, on the business for the internet, and it was just a big new thing. It was the third industrial revolution. Similarly, AI will become just another kind of technology. At the moment, NCG have positioned where that red arrow is, I think, at the moment. We're beyond the point where we've done some initial experiments. We're beginning to bed it in. We've got some structures in place. We've got some rules of engagement, some governance, and we've got some practical tools that we're training people to use. But we've still got quite a long way to go before we get to the top. And I'm not sure there are any organizations that can claim to be fully optimized at this point. Before you can even begin thinking about where you are with AI or implementing that across an organization, there are some fundamental things that you need to take care of. Now, when I first arrived at NCG back in 2020, we had some serious challenges to overcome. There were like 80% of our desktop estate means PCs, laptops, that kind of thing, was over 10 years old. So people, teachers, students were coming in, trying to get these machines to fire up in the morning. They take 20 minutes in some cases to even begin. So you can't even take a register at the beginning of a class. So that's just really disheartening and frustrating for teachers and for students. We replaced them all, so everybody now has laptops and docking stations and all of that. That's in the past now, so we've moved forward from that dramatically. Similarly, 15 separate domains. Now in plain English terms, that means each college had their own sign-in credentials. So with 7 colleges, if I wanted to go visit one of the London colleges, I needed to sign in with a different set of credentials. Then I'd go across from Southwark to Lewisham and I'd have to sign in with another set, which made it impossible for us to communicate across the group in ways we take for granted now, like Teams, for example. That's obviously changed. We have a single domain. You can go anywhere across the NCG group and you immediately logged in without having to do anything at all. You're recognized on arrival. Our infrastructure was largely obsolete. We had some very old servers in place there and network infrastructure, which was falling apart. Not quite at the stage where people were going on eBay to find spare parts, but not far short, I have to say. Again, that's all overhauled now, and we have really strong infrastructure in place, and we're pretty robust there. This next one about variable digital literacy is a hugely important one here. And unless people have the confidence and the skills to use these tools, there is no point rolling them out. When we started, that was very, very patchy. And we've worked hard over the last 5 years to get people to a basic level of competence on digital literacy. Cybersecurity used to keep me, well, still keeps me awake, but it doesn't cause me quite as many sleepless nights as it used to. But it's still a major challenge for us. And AI has been a huge breakthrough. And I've got an example of one of the things we're doing for you there later. Chaotic data landscape, and there was massive dissatisfaction with Wi-Fi. So for those, certainly for the students in the room, students, I think, treat Wi-Fi as if it was hot water or electricity in the building. If you haven't got Wi-Fi, it's like there's no water. So it is like a, I don't know what you would call it, but it's like a basic utility. And there's huge dissatisfaction with what we have. All of these things are largely changed now, and we are in a very strong position, but it's taken huge investment and a lot of effort over 5 years to get to that position. And in 2020, there was a little thing like a pandemic, which came along and distracted us for a bit. But that in itself was a massive accelerator for all the things we had to do with digital generally. So my point there is that you have to get some real fundamentals in place before you can start expecting people to throw themselves into the world of AI, because they'll just be frustrated if they can't get it to do the more sophisticated things they're excited about. So you've got to get the basics in place. And that led to our strategy, which hasn't really changed that much in its content over the last 6 years, but we've refreshed it now, and we're working toward a new vision in 2030, which is around smart, sustainable, safe campuses. I'll say a bit more later about what I mean by smart campuses, but I'll save that for a bit later. So that's the vision, and I'll come back to it. The work streams are the same as they have been for the last 6 years. We've just refreshed those and embedded AI in each one of them. So it is, as I said, a pervasive feature of everything we're doing on digital, rather than a separate initiative running off on its own. And on the other side of that slide, just making the point that in 2020 through to, I think, 2023, we were very much in a developing stage. Now I'd say confidently that we're competent across the group, but we've still got a long way to go to get to 2030 and consider ourselves to be genuinely exemplary in the sector. Each of the work streams, so how does AI feature in these, and what do these work streams actually mean? So the first two are about our students, they're about teachers. It's about developing an AI literate and confident community of staff, students, and partners outside the organization, so we can all use the same language and understand the same tools. And in curriculum, we want to make sure that we've got AI tools and embedded content, which is fit for the market, the jobs market, that you will graduate and go out into. So you'll be ready to thrive when you go out, rather than find yourself in a workplace where they have technology that is years ahead of what you're accustomed to. So places, I've talked smart campus, I'll come back to that. Processes, just making things really simple and intuitive, and there's the idea of agentic AI, which is where you automate basic processes and you tell an AI agent to go off and do something for you. So maybe book me a train ticket to go to London. You could design an AI agent that would do that for you just by setting up your account in Trainline or whatever. So we can use it in all those sorts of ways. In analytics, information is really what drives the organization. We need good information that we can act on. And the arrival of AI means that instead of pouring through all the dashboards, Power BI dashboards that we're very proud of, and we've got several of them now, very sophisticated dashboards, you can simply ask it a question using natural language. And that's one of the proof of concepts we've got going now. And that's, again, another major breakthrough. Infrastructure, we talked about networks, I've talked about cyber security, I'll come back to that a little bit later. When you're talking about a strategy for AI, you need to have a balanced outlook in all of this. You need to be aware of the opportunities as well as the risks. And when I go to conferences around the country, or I talk to colleagues and read the media, I hear lots of very senior people and commentators taking quite polarized positions on this. So some of them are really evangelical. It's going to save the world. It's the best thing that ever happened. And then you have others on the other side of the spectrum who are just paralyzed by fear and just pouring cold water over everything. Neither of those is the right position, in my view. There is a middle position. We can take full advantage of the opportunities, provided we manage the risks and mitigating action to contain them. I'm not going to go through those one by one. A lot of them are obvious, but saving time, tailored content, completely bespoke to your needs is really important, I think, in terms of opportunities. More responsive processes, easing resource constraints. There are so many opportunities, in addition to completely transforming the way we do things. The risky side of this is around, obviously, impact on jobs. That is going to be huge. So for those of you, the students in the room, the jobs market you go into 10 years from now will be radically different to the market you go into in the next year or two. So what we want to do, and the same goes for our staff, but what we want to do is equip you with the skills, the confidence to go out and flourish in that world, whatever it looks like. And that's some of the stuff that Gerard talked about with the workforce strategy earlier. Safeguarding and ethics are really important, and you'll have seen Grok all over the news over the last couple of weeks. That's just the latest example of an AI horror story. Those things will continue to happen until we've got safe regulations in place. In Europe, there are quite stringent rules about what you can do with AI. In this country, we've taken a kind of middle road. In the USA, it's the Wild West. There are no rules or regulations at state level, at federal level about how AI operates. Some of the states have their own rules, but the tech bros can do basically whatever they want with AI in the United States right now, which is scary. Data trust. That's about what we do with your data. So for the students in the room, if we're monitoring your movement around campus, I had a conversation with some students about this. I was saying if we can monitor where you're going, we can design services to be where you need them to be, rather than just putting them around at random. And the first question I got was, well, are you going to be monitoring when I go to the toilet? I don't care when you go to the toilet. But that was the first question I got. So data trust, what are we doing with your personal data, is a really important consideration. And we need to make sure that's established. Cybersecurity I've talked about. Bias and error. So you have to be skeptical about the output you get from the AI tools you use, because they're subject to bias and error. And that's just about how they're designed, how they're trained. It's inevitable. And they all have this to some degree. My practical advice would be, if it's for an important purpose, try running your prompt through maybe 2 or 3 different AI tools and see what the common ground is between them. Just get them to verify one another. Energy consumption is a big concern. We've got this commitment to sustainability. The data centers that power AI are massive consumers of electricity and water to keep them cool. And that's a challenge that the industry hasn't overcome yet, but it is something that we're going to have to face up to. And the digital divide came up earlier. Not everyone has the wherewithal to buy these tools at an individual level, and at an organizational level. SMEs can't afford to invest a small fortune. The Copilot license costs like £30 per person per month for the premium level of that tool, which is unaffordable for many organizations. So hopefully that gives you a bit of balance. I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. It's a bit technical, but for those of you in the room who are managing organizations and teams, it's important to have a method about how you roll out AI. I've talked a bit already about skills and knowledge and culture. So having that data literate community is really important. There are various different types of technology. I've touched on that too. But the third one there on the right-hand side is around governance. It's really important that you have some kind of governing architecture in place to make sure there are rules so people can engage safely and responsibly with the tools you provide them with. We've got a thing called the AI Advisory Group, which includes staff from professional services, teaching staff, students getting involved in there as well. So it represents a whole organization. I chair the group, and the purpose is to really set the rules of engagement. So if we're looking to buy a new AI tool, for example, the case for that would come to the AI Advisory Group, and we would decide if it's a sensible purchase before it goes anywhere near our network. So principles about safe use and just guiding us in the right direction to make sure it stays aligned with the wider digital strategy. Getting into some more practical examples. So what are we doing with AI in NCG? This one, I've mentioned Copilot a couple of times. Most of you, I think, will be familiar with Copilot. It comes in 2 forms. There's a Copilot chat, which comes with the basic license. So you can search the web with that. You can do all kinds of interesting things. And there's a premium version called Copilot 365, which is the more expensive one. We've been running a pilot for the last several months with the premium version of this to see what we can do with it and come up with all kinds of really exciting initiatives. So that's been great to watch. And Microsoft are adjusting their pricing scheme now. So this should become much more accessible, I think, to the wider population. So I'd like to see all of our students having access to this. And that gives you access to a much wider range of functionality than the basic one does. So some examples of what people have been doing with Copilot. So we have a training team who teach people on how to use systems, for example, and a whole range of other things. They've been using Copilot to create training plans. So they'll say, I've got a workshop to run on AI adoption. It's being run for level 3 students. They're in Newcastle. These are the subject areas that they're studying. Can you tailor the content of this training plan for me and present a structure for the day and suggest some learning activities I could use to get them engaged in? And Copilot will then almost instantly come back and produce a schema like that, doing all of the work for you, which otherwise would take hours and hours and hours of time to do. And that's being used every day now by our training teams, and to great effect. They don't just roll it out. It's really important. They refine it. They work it up. They put it back through Copilot a couple of times, a kind of iterative process before they settle on what they want to do. But that's made a huge difference. Interrogating spreadsheets has been great too. So you can take a complicated spreadsheet, you can upload it to Copilot and say, what are the key points I should take away from all of this data? And it will, again, almost instantly analyze all of that data and come back and say, these are the 5 points you should bear in mind when you go off and talk about the spreadsheet in your next meeting. Again, game changer. Agents to source HR. This is going back to agentic AI. I talked about this. This has been really useful for us as well. So we have a whole range of HR policies, which are quite densely written. They're not the best read in the world. They've got lots of useful information in them that we need to be aware of, but it takes hours to get through all of that stuff, assuming you can find the policy in the first place before you can work out what action you need to take. But using this particular agent, staff absence was one I used the other day, for example, a staff member who'd been off sick for 3 months. I wanted to know what the impact would be on her pay if she continued off sick for a few more months. So I just asked the question and came back having gone through all of the policy we have and said, well, that depends on how long the staff member has been employed, but this is what it would look like. And then it offered to do some other things, like, so if you give me her details, I will work out exactly what the consequences are for her, which again, saved me hours. Marketing material, so tone of voice, so you can use it to tailor and make your communications more bespoke to the audience. So if I'm trying to keep this general so that it appeals to older people in the room and to the younger people in the room, but I know that you both speak different languages. So if it was one audience or the other, I might ask Copilot to tailor it to that audience, and it would. And lastly, this AI college challenge. So for each of the colleges involved in the pilot, we've given them a challenge to come back, say by Easter, springtime, with and showcase all of the great stuff you've done with Copilot. And we'll have a mini conference, and we can show off what everybody's been doing and learn from their shared experience. In the teaching environment, there's a thing called Teams Teach AI, and that's got all sorts of features in it, which have been a breakthrough for many of our teaching staff. So again, like with the trainers I mentioned earlier, you can generate module plans and content with this. So if you had a particular course and say it was a level 2, you could even put the name of the course in there, and it will go off and it will generate an entire schema for you, along with all the other learning activities I mentioned in the previous example. So assessment tools, so quizzes, multiple choice things, it can go off and it will automatically mark those. One of the ones I like most is around improving language and reading skills. So it's a thing called the Learning Accelerator. So you can present a page of text to someone who's working on their English reading skills at whatever level, and you can change the levels of expertise in the tool. And they read out whatever is on the page, and the AI will come back and say, you mispronounced this word, or you omitted this one, or it can advise on cadence, and a whole range of other features, which again has been great. And the feedback from our learners, ESOL students in particular, has been incredible with that. Got work in progress around other large language models, around automation of marking, which for teachers is transformational, because if you've ever spoken to a teacher, the thing they'll complain about most is how much time they spend marking papers of one kind or another. We can now automate that, largely for formative stuff rather than summative, but it's still important. And lastly, on cybersecurity, some technical language in here, but this XDR, so extended detection and response. That's a system we've bought, which essentially looks across, so the first bullet point there, it learns what normal looks like. So it goes out and it rows across all of our content. So all of our network, all of our emails, everything that's happening across all of our digital environment, and it learns what normal looks like. So for example, I was on holiday just before Christmas. I tried to log in, and it flagged that as an unusual activity. So it sent it back to be checked before it let me go any further, which is great. So it detects abnormal activity. It isolates that. It will shut it down and destroy whatever that threat happens to be. And it will produce reports for us as well, so written in plain English about what the problem was. And it'll predict future issues as well. And it helped us earlier this week. So we had a ransomware attack at one of our colleges on Wednesday morning, in fact. Someone on their first day had come in with an old USB stick and plugged it into a PC, It had immediately uploaded this Trojan, which had unpacked some malware, which immediately encrypted all of his files, but the system immediately intervened, shut it down, isolated the problem, and prevented any further communication beyond that point, and saved us, frankly, from what would otherwise have been a really horrible experience. Lastly, what does the future look like? Outstanding environments, coming back to the beginning, that was the strategic goal I had to work toward. And that's about smart campuses for me. That's the most exciting thing. Smart, sustainable, safe campuses. The Internet of Things, some of you might have heard about that, but we've got devices all over the campus. We can make them intelligent. We can attach sensors to them so that they can detect activity, they can control the environment in a building. So if this room was packed, for example, it could automatically adjust the temperature in here, open windows automatically, and do a whole range of other things. As students, if you've come on campus and it's your first day on campus, you might be a bit intimidated by the size of the place. If you've got an app on your phone, it could identify who you are, what you're studying, where you need to be next, and if you're lost and want to know where to go, it could guide you with a map to the right classroom without you having to find somebody who could answer that question for you. And there are a whole range of other applications, which I won't go into, but I'm happy to discuss in conversation separately. So there's a quick, well, not that quick, but quick-ish. It could have been a lot longer, I promise you, and I'll leave it at that. If comments or questions, happy to get into some discussion. And the time we've got left. Yeah? Okay. Right then. Does anybody have it? What's a show of hands? Does anybody know? So prior to seeing that slide, do you know what AI is? Could you have talked about different types of learning model, for example? Anyone? Show of hands? You could have done? Yeah, some of the technical people. Okay. Students, did you know what these different language models were, or the different types of AI? So, okay, some nods, some heads shaking as well. That's good. Okay, well, hopefully some of you learned from that. I'm happy. Yeah, great.
The co-pilot licenses. The staff with the teaching staff as well, I would say.
Yeah.
So how is it distributed?
At the moment, it's a pilot. So we've been asking, most of the senior team have got them, but we've asked people to volunteer. What I'm interested in are early adopters, so people who are enthusiastic about getting involved. So we've issued, I think, about 65 of those so far, which is, it's a big organization. So it seems like a lot, but it's a big organization. We're monitoring those, so if you don't use it, you lose it. So we take it back and we reassign it to people who perhaps will make use of it. That pilot's drawing to a close fairly soon, and we're starting to look at how we can scale that up to a much wider population. Okay. I think you touched on an interesting point. I think I mentioned someone earlier. Manchester University announced on the radio earlier this week that they're issuing all 65,000 of their staff and students with co-pilot licenses. Now that is a colossal investment. That runs into many, many millions of pounds unless they've found some kind of arrangement with Microsoft to cut that down dramatically. But even if they have, most of that will be completely wasted because this works on an early adopter basis. Not everybody cares to begin with. It might take a few years for some of the, I'm not going to say older people, but some people who are less enthusiastic to get on board. So all of those licenses will just lie there doing nothing. Anyway, I'll ramble on about that one. Anyone for any more? Yeah.
I'm amazed at how far along the journey you are with this early adoption. You talked about some of the practical applications around marking and things like that. How are you going to walk the balance between, relying too heavily on things like co-pilot to support you in those activities and keep your lecturers kind of specialist skills?
Yeah. Well, just for those at the back, it's about if we automate marking, how do we keep lecturers involved in that so it doesn't become a completely inhuman kind of autonomous affair? I mentioned that we would only be using it for summative work, formative work. And even then, it would go back to the teacher who would then sit down and would discuss whatever it was, whatever the results were with the student. So it doesn't remove the human mediator in that situation. It just makes best use of their time. So the teacher may say, well, that's rubbish, that's bias, or that there's an error there, and they might want to check it again to make sure that the marking is correct. And then they would feed that back to the student. So there would never be a situation where, unless it's like a multiple choice quiz or something like that, there would never be a situation where a student received an unvetted mark. But what we can do in this area is amazing. So optical character recognition, it's not just maths and typed material. You can write an essay in very bad handwriting, like mine, and you can put it to the AI, have it read that straight away. It'll go off, interpret it, and come back with the score and with really quite constructive comments on where that essay could be better. And that, I've seen many examples of that already, and we're developing an LLM that can do that for us too. Is that a hand up? Go ahead.
So a lot of people do want to use AI to, help people, but what would you say about the majority of people that want to use it to cut costs and just save a lot of money?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with cutting costs and saving a lot of money, provided you're not cutting out the value of what that thing's meant to do. So take for your average day, whatever you do with that day. You could consider the time you spend on an activity as money. So that's you're investing your time in a particular activity. Is there anything wrong with cutting out the amount of time you spend doing really boring, mundane stuff that adds no value to your life? That's the same as it would be in organizational terms, because a lot of the stuff we do is really not very valuable. It's paperwork, shuffling stuff, it's duplication of activity, just number crunching and going to pointless meetings. Taking notes from a meeting, for example, spending an hour writing the notes in the first place and then typing them out afterward is a complete waste of time. Whereas you can use AI to automatically do that, and the time you would have spent, you could spend having a discussion with somebody about action you'd agreed to take from that meeting. Or you could go off and, I don't know, you could spend time with your friends rather than organizing a trip or whatever.
But if we have all this free time, then how will people be valued in society if the only thing that they're doing is, having their free time or looking at AI and doing jobs based on AI?
I don't have the answer to all of these questions. I have to confess that, so I'm not some kind of oracle here. But I can think of many things in my life that I would rather not do, and I wouldn't have any difficulty filling that time with much more enjoyable and value-adding things. So I might go off and spend more time volunteering in my community, for example, if I didn't have to spend so much time on paperwork. So it's all about how you choose to use your time. And there'll be things I mentioned through the robotics example, there'll be jobs emerging in all of this that none of us can even conceive of right now. Something like a drone pilot 10 years ago. Who would have thought a drone pilot was a thing? Or prompt engineering, that didn't exist either. So there will be all sorts of extraordinary things for you to apply yourself to. And you just don't need to waste your time doing the boring stuff, which is a kind of romantic outlook. There will be challenges, but I don't think you should be scared of it. Yeah.
I know this probably wasn't the intention, but it's a bit unfortunate because we can ask you if you want to look at AI art, when kind of to work on
AI and art.
Yeah, like what's the point of being free?
Yeah.
To be like an area if AI is going to be released and advanced knowledge in that ways.
I think that's a really good question. I've quite a lot of friends involved in creative industries, and we've debated that long and hard. I love art. I really enjoy galleries, and I like to buy art as well. I don't want to buy art that's been produced by a machine. But when I buy art, when I listen to music, when I go to the theatre, it's a human experience. So it's me, it's you communicating with me, and me understanding what it is you're trying to express through whatever medium you choose to use. I have absolutely no interest in looking at a picture that's been generated by a machine, other than maybe for your graphics on a PowerPoint presentation. So the human in all of this, it's been mentioned by other speakers at this conference, is as central now as it ever was. And I think in some ways it will become even more central because people will be more selective to make sure what they're looking at is genuinely produced by a human being. So I think there'll be some kind of a backlash that forces AI companies to identify their output as AI generated. So it's much easier for us to distinguish the real stuff from the fake stuff.
Yeah, I'm just worried about that development also when you can't actually tell it's like it's
Me too. Me too. And the whole of the internet is just full of AI slop right now, and it's getting harder and harder to tell what's real and what's not. So I sympathize. I really do. But I'm not so concerned. Yeah.
So like large AI companies such as OpenAI, so they're looking back in the next week on I would just say for some large AI companies such as OpenAI, I say we're going to come back in the next 3 years with that funding. Why? Other large companies also companies give that money.
Some of those ChatGPT is certainly one of them, and that's doing some experiments with advertising. They have to make big products consultants. You're quite right, I think it is something that generally doesn't need any profit at all. And billions of dollars. So if they're to survive, then they have to find a way of turning that into profit to be able to sell. Advertising seems to be the most obvious what they're thinking about. I'm not sure about that, because unless you want to be directed through a licensing agreement with clients.
I was just going to say, it's the market. It has that human touch to it that makes it feel more like that one is the it's all AI. For example, this Coca-Cola did this Christmas AI ad like all of our reviews and Coca-Cola released an apology for that. Do you think it would be better for instance of the backlash artists choices to be advertisement instead of asking AI?
I absolutely do. And I think one of the problems right now is people in my generation think that AI is fantastic and they can do everything for free pretty much. And then your generation is saying, that's a red one, that's not right, that's false. And I think we should continue to objections. Your generation is going to define. Sorry, live stream. Oh, sorry. Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah, so your generation will define where all of this goes, not mine. So keep complaining and get involved. Do something about it.
I was also going to say that it's also affected movies as well, especially with
Yeah.
big television shows such as the latest one, Studio, and so talking about the application of AI animations, especially that this year also something they could do like they receive a lot of backlash. Do you think AI causes more problems to those companies than AI do something the same?
Yeah, I don't think they'll forget it. They'll just learn to use it more intelligently. So right now, they're like it's like a kid with a new toy. So they're just using it for everything. That's not a very good analogy, but they're just really excited about all the amazing things they can do with this thing, and they're not being very selective about what works and the human interaction in there. And I think as the AI industry matures, that understanding will deepen and develop. So I think you can look forward to things improving a lot as we learn how to use these tools more effectively. I think what we must guard against is the terrible state we got into with social media when that was allowed to run rampant for years, pretty much unregulated. And we're still trying to get that genie back in the bottle. Sorry, there was some background noise there. So Grok? Yeah. Uh-huh. I think it's been an important learning point, and someone with Elon Musk's sense of importance, even he has had his fingers burnt there and had to go backwards on that point. So yeah, I think people getting together, voicing their opinion, do have an influence, but we have to act collectively. And I think that the market will turn around and contain this much better than it has done in the past. Yes, yeah, I think there lots of mistakes are being made at the moment, but I think that'll balance out with time. So it is all about just maturing, learning how to use it responsibly, and trying not to do too much damage in the meantime. Yeah. No, I don't. No, but that's my choice. So an AI isn't going to buy another AI's book. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think the gentleman who asked those questions were really pertinent questions. If I could, just a comment, not a reply to it. This is Scott's forum. Is just because the technology can doesn't mean to say that we should. And perhaps you weren't in yesterday's session, but it's a great point that you raised, and it's a really important point, that governance and the human interaction to say, just because the technology can do that, we should not be doing that, because morally, as a cultural code that we have as citizens in the world, is that's not appropriate. You referenced Grok. I think everyone is fairly outraged. I think your second point was really valuable to say, do you think there's more negative sentiment towards positive sentiment? I think that's more to do, perhaps to do with the media, because when there's a sensational story, it gets publicised and people latch onto it. When there's a positive story, it doesn't get publicised quite in the same way, because it's expected that we do good things with technology. That's kind of, again, part of our civil cultural code. So I'm cautious about the second point. I think there's a lot of negativity. I think that's media driven. It's not to say that things don't need to be addressed. I think your first point was really good, is we have to ensure that governance, security, decency is built in. And I think Scott's earlier point as well is about ensuring there's no bias and there's a common code of conduct and how we build technology to make sure it's fair for all. But I think your questions were absolutely fantastic. We're live streaming, so I don't think we managed to pick up all of your questions, but they were really pertinent, so thank you for raising them.
In the back of the room, so we need to move on. But I really enjoyed that. Thank you for the questions. They were really great questions. If any of the students in the room want to be involved in the AI advisory group I mentioned, drop me an email, will you? I'd be quite keen to hear from you, or just to have a chat informally. It's really important that we get your views in all of this. Okay? Thanks for your time, everyone.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope your master classes was really as insightful as the one that I attended. It was extremely insightful. In fact, my head hurts with the amount of information I'm trying to take in and think about how I actually apply that. So welcome back. I'm going to let my panelists here introduce themselves in a moment. But the thing that we're going to be discussing in this panel is really looking at how do we start then getting our workforce up to speed with AI? Like what is that starting point? How do we start bringing people on board and adopting this to make it actually part and parcel of what we do, regardless of what industry we're in? So I'll just go along the panel first and ask, really, if you just give your name, organisation, job title, just really briefly.
Afternoon, I'm Paul Farrow, Head of IT Service at the Treasury. And in outside of my day job, I'm a Director at 2 multi-academy trusts in the North East.
Hey, I'm Mark Jost, so I'm Director of Consulting at Hedgehog Lab. I've been involved with the college for quite a long time now, 6 or 7 years, part of the Digital Advisory Board here, and that's me.
Hi, I'm Susan Bell. I'm an independent consultant and sit on a number of boards as a chair, a non-exec and business advisor.
Hi, afternoon. I'm Robin Cramp. I'm Head of Advanced Media Production at Digital Catapult. We have 2 studios, Digital Catapult, Deep Tech Adoption across the UK. Those studios predominantly looking at advanced media production within those facilities, including all the stuff that we'll be talking about today.
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Gillespie. I'm Senior Director of AI Strategy and Transformation at Sage, and my remit is looking after Sage's own internal AI transformation journey.
Great, fantastic. Got some fantastic panelists here. I'm going to, the way I'm going to run this panel is just to really hone in on a question to an individual first of all, but then open that out to the rest of the panel so that we could get a little bit of an insight across each question if possible. So I'm going to start, Paul, with you. So I'm an employer, just imagine, and I'm embarking on my AI journey. Where do I start?
I asked AI, to help me frame this, when we were preparing, and it said problems over products and confidence over capability. And I think that's really important in IT service management. There's a principle of kind of starting where you are. So for me, it's really about looking at your business, looking at what you do, the problems, and where you can apply AI, be that generative AI, robotic process automation, etc., to those sort of points. It's real problems. Making sure that you start to build a culture where there's safe, everyday exposure for your staff. Start to build up that, digital literacy that I think we've heard a bit about today, and get your governance and your guardrails in early. It's better to work within them from the start than try and put those in much later on.
Does anyone want to add to that? Where am I going to start?
I'm happy to add if you want, because you know me, Catherine, I'm always happy to give my 2 pence. I was chatting yesterday to a couple of students, and we're asking the question, where would you start your AI journey? And I would say a lot of companies have actually already started their AI journey without realizing it. I imagine most of their stuff are using AI already, even if it's just on the phone or something like that. And I was talking about the film Jurassic Park, remember the first film, where the first time he sees a dinosaur and his head's turned, there's a dinosaur, he's like, wow, my entire world's changed. I'm literally a dinosaur myself now. That's pretty much where we are, and it goes on, I guess, that film, there's a room where Dr. Malcolm, I think he's called, it's Jeff Goldblum's character, basically says, look, you've taken a technology, you haven't had the experience to earn that technology, and it's out there and it's in the wild. And now we've got to learn how to live with it. I feel like it's a little bit like that. It's been released before we've had the chance to put those guardrails in. So we've already started our AI journey, and if anybody who thinks they're starting their AI journey, then they're a bit deluded. If we remember what happened at the end of that film, everybody got eaten by dinosaurs, and a few people died. I hope that's not going to happen. but we can come on to that later, I guess. So I think if I was starting my AI journey, I would say embrace what your staff are already doing. Ask them what they're doing, let them be inquisitive, just make sure that actually they're using it outside of the organization until you've got those guardrails in place about sensitive data sharing and other bits and bobs, but promote that culture, I guess.
Okay, so I am just starting out, so I'm deluded. I need somebody like you to point that out to me as an organization. So is there support out there? This is just widely to the panel for somebody who thinks they're starting out. What support would be out there for businesses, for employers?
Just yesterday, I had a random email. Well, I suppose it wasn't random for them. They must have targeted me. But in terms of training organisations, I think you're starting to see now, and within the body of the copy, it was said like it was like, I don't know, 90% funded around that, and it's ultimately to your problem as your phony employer sort of status that you're putting here is those abilities to be able to access these essentially these courses that enable individuals, businesses to understand the sort of like the pure sort of like flow, what it means to business, how you adopt all these considerations. Because I think this is the reality around this, is that there's so much going on and people are adopting things and doing things day to day, but there's ramifications of what that means to individual businesses, what you're putting in all of those. So having those guide rails around that and courses that people can do, and this is just one organization, there's multiple ones. So just think that ability to be able to sort of access into that support is there.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to add to that. I love Mark talking about embrace. I think that's the crucial thing. There are tools out there at the moment. We talk about digital natives. We need the AI literacy. So experiment. People are all using Gemini, ChatGPT, or whatever. Engage with that, experiment with it, do that in your own time. Engage with the company that you're working with as well, because we need to create the safe space that people can do that experimentation and look for opportunities where it can be applied going forward. So, do the embracing. Don't brace yourself for it, embrace.
Okay, thank you. And that segues beautifully into a question I'm going to take to Laura first of all. How do we build that culture where people do feel motivated and empowered to use AI?
Yeah, I love this question because any transformation journey is going to fail if you don't get the cultural underpins right. So we're approaching this cultural change journey from quite a few different angles at Sage. So firstly, we've got a really clear communication strategy. We've got a really clear vision about what it's going to be, what it's going to mean for colleagues when we become an AI first company. And it's exciting and it's optimistic and it's painting that picture about what the future could look like. But that's not just a central comms strategy, that's reinforced by leadership advocacy in teams, in all hands, in the day-to-day. And we're seeing teams running AI hackathons and sprints within their own kind of like business areas so that people can get hands-on experience using tools in a safe space supported by our network of AI champions. And then secondly, we've knocked down some of that friction where people are thinking, how do I even get started? By bringing together all of our resources into a singular colleague AI hub, which is a one-stop shop that brings together all of our L&D, all of our responsible AI guidance, information on all the tooling that's already available so that people can play within the right constraints. And then finally, you talked about motivation. We've recently launched our AI awards process. So a monetary prize of £500 for colleagues who are either building really impactful solutions or being our biggest champions and building that culture of advocacy within teams. So hopefully that will motivate and inspire more people to get involved as well.
No, that's fascinating. The masterclass I've just been into, we did touch on sort of those champions and how effective they can be if they're built up and used in the right way across an organization. Susan, I'm going to come to you. So that's all wonderful, what Laura said, but how would you deal with any resilience that you came across within the workforce?
well, resilience is all about adapting to change, and crikey, are we in a world of change at the moment? I think we can take lessons learned from COVID, where we all had to adapt pretty quickly. And having been on the cutting edge of that as an IT company, we saw so many companies accelerating their digital transformation in a couple of weeks when we've been trying to negotiate with them to get this done over a multi-year period. But looking at resilience from an AI perspective, you know, I think what I often hear is this phrase of fear of becoming obsolete. And as Mark had just said, you know, I think this is about embracing the change, having a look at how can you experiment. So as a personal or, you know, as an individual in the room, engage, as we mentioned before. As leaders of companies, I think it's giving people, as you've mentioned, the freedom, empowering them to be creative, to be innovative, and challenge the norms that are there, because it's through that safe space of I suppose, building quickly, failing fast is the mantra, where creativity will really come to the fore. So for me, resilience, and you know, we can talk about well-being and other things associated with it, but in the AI space, I think it's very much about upskilling and getting the AI literacy across the whole of the organization, embedding that, and actually from a I'm shaking now, but I'm shaking because actually what I'm passionate about is the norms within a company, the culture within a company as well. And I think if you can empower people rather than command and control, a crucial thing here is that leaders won't have all of the answers. They need to engage across a wide section of people. And that's where if you can position yourself and embrace what's coming up. I think that's my mantra for today. Embrace, please.
Mark, I saw you nodding along to some of that. Have you got any particular examples of where you've had to overcome that resilience with the workforce?
Yeah, yes and no. Not my ideas. I think you mentioned as leaders, we don't always have the answers. And actually, that's a really great point. I think you talked about culture. I thought it was great, by the way. I missed the last workshop session because I was in a different workshop, not taking anything away from Paul's workshop. That was almost great. But the students were in here. And I think actually, why aren't the students involved in the bigger conversation? Our grad program, the grad programs I've worked on in the past, have always, the grads always had the best ideas in the room, because then I'm coming up to half a century now. And I'm jaded and worn down and bitter and all of the things that you have when you've been doing this for a long time. Whereas actually what you get is you get passion and enthusiasm and wacky ideas, which turn out to be great ideas. Sandra just said to me there was a student asked one of the questions. It was the student was an artist, Sandra, I think she said. Why should I bother studying to be an artist and do art if AI is just going to generate all of the art? Well, if AI generates all of the art, what are we going to train AI with? We still need real art. We still need creative humans to sort of fuel this AI thing. So we should actually absolutely be looking at telling the new workforce that actually there's a place for them in this new world, I suppose.
Thank you. I think it's been mentioned a few times around safety, having sort of the guideposts for people to experiment and try, but there is a lot of sort of suspicion maybe, or maybe that's just me, around kind of the data, the information, and what AI is doing with that information. So Robin, I want to come to you and just how do we navigate that when we're using AI? So around GDPR, risks, kind of how do you see that?
I think anything that you are obliged to consider for GDPR absolutely transfers into AI. So all of those things about those baseline considerations just map into AI as you navigate that. From my sort of interest and perspective around that consideration, essentially, what are you throwing in the top of this thing, is quite pertinent to sort of like content creation and certainly some of the things in like advanced media production sort of territory. When you start to get the considerations from creatives, IP owners about the content that they have and those reticence to what the willingness to use AI, but the reticence to be able to use it in a way that they feel confident that one, the output that they get out of it is theirs. So who owns the IP that comes out of that? But also, are you putting your own IP that you own and your own data sets into something, into a cloud that ultimately, do you really know? At the minute, it's like everybody's using everything because it's great, but actually what you're getting out of it from your personal perspective, and maybe for the business is good, but you know, I think these are parts of the considerations to the points of like, actually, we've been using it for a bit. Lots of people use different things, but actually, can you truly map your sort of like your footprint through the usage of AI? So some of the things we're starting to consider, certainly from the studio's perspective with the advanced media production studios that we've got, is around like local compute within premise. So we've got 2 studios, so we also have that infrastructure within there. So now starting to consider those pain point problems of creatives and that sort of IP consideration, and trying to see how we can mitigate throwing things into public clouds and all of these platforms that ultimately we don't know where it's going, who owns it, where actually you can start to consider something to test. And we've been talking a little bit about that concept about, you know, trying things out and not pushing things away. So we want those sorts of environments to be those test and play places that we can do that. So facilities to do those sorts of things, primarily around, you know, how we can sort of create those sandboxes to enable play and mitigate risk.
Thank you. Paul, would you have anything to add to that at all from sort of Treasury point of view?
I mean, I think it sounds great, sort of bringing it to play, and you know, culture of experimentation with this is so important. I think for businesses, you know, certainly in government, you know, the UK data and AI ethics framework, you know, is a really useful thing for businesses to be cognizant of. You know, making sure that, you know, whatever we're doing with AI, you know, the model and, you know, the way we use it, you know, there's accountability, fairness, transparency, security and privacy built in. That we know, you know, what the models are doing. We're clear about how the data is being processed. We've addressed any bias in the models, you know, to handle any unfair outcomes. It's very, very easy to get things wrong. So these are, you know, really fundamental things that we need to consider as part of the guardrails around AI use.
Thank you.
Just one point you're just saying about, so there's a government AI model that's been created, isn't there? So isn't that being used across divisions, departments, and being adopted? It's almost like that, I don't know, that sort of adoptive true source that's controlled.
We talk a bit about a digital backbone coming together in government, and you know, there's a really sort of big concept of digital government across the departments coming out of like the Department for Science, Innovation, Technology. Sorry, I'm so used to using acronyms in central government, I have to really think about what they mean. But yes, you know, UK AI, you know, the Humphrey set of tools, and then you know, every department is bringing commoditized AI in as well. You know, we have been trialing Copilot. I believe HMRC, you know, the PermSec or second PermSec recently announced that they are, you know, in a very broad phased rollout that they intend to go across the whole organization. You know, so having the right frameworks, you know, common tool sets, you know, and you know, the right sort of, you know, understanding of, you know, data taxonomy, particularly where you want organizations to communicate, you know, absolutely, you know, a fundamental consideration.
Thank you. So we're in an educational setting here, and traditionally education moves quite slowly in terms of change. Mark, I want to come to you. So how on earth do we keep up with the pace of change of AI? So I'm speaking to you from, if I'm an employer, how do I even start to think about that?
Well, as an educational institution, we were just talking about this before, actually. The answer is I don't know. I've been involved, obviously, through the advisory board in looking at the course programs and the modules that you're doing, and from end to end, that process, if it's a 3-year degree, is like 4 to 5 years, where by the time someone graduates from that course, the course was agreed 5 years ago, 4 years ago. So the simple answer is I don't know right now with the model that academic institutions have. I think there's probably a way forward where, I think, Catherine, every time you've been up here on a panel, you've asked about, I want to define what those skill sets look like. I think if we start talking about skills, we need to stop talking about AI as a skill. It's not, it's a tool. AI is just another tool. The skills that you have to use are the same skills you have when you talk about other things. It comes into governance we talk about now. If you think about when Google Drive first came about, it was opened up to lots of people, and lots of people went, ooh, put a document here, share. Put a document here, share. Send a link here, send a link there. And we had to think about what the cloud meant for sharing information. The AI is just, the models are just, they're just new data processors in that whole data structure that we already have, right? So if we can stop thinking about AI as a new thing that's different, and it's just a better spanner, a better tool, then we're not teaching AI skills. AI just becomes the tool that they use to learn the fundamental core skills of a computer science degree or a healthcare degree or whatever.
And that makes it so much less scary as well. And Susan, I didn't know if you wanted to come in there. So in your work, so you consulting with lots of different organisations, and how do you support them in kind of that fear of the fast pace of AI, the changing sort of environment out there?
I think picking up on the skill set and universities and colleges first, the critical things that we look for is problem solving, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do. We're problem solving. Someone's got a pain point, and what we want to do is use the best people and the technology to solve that pain point. So problem solving is always going to be something which is top of the list. Critical thinking going forward is also going to be something which is imperative. We don't want people that are just going to be talking about what AI has told them, what Gemini chat, whatever the case may be. We want people to be authentic in terms of what they're thinking and putting their spin on things. So critical thinking would be top of the list for me as well. And we've talked about curiosity and experimenting. Those are the sorts of things that we would expect and hope that we would get from the new generation of people coming through. We can't guarantee what the roles are going to be in 6 months to 5 years, but what we can guarantee is those sorts of soft skill sets, if you like, are the ones that need to come to the fore. And those are actually the ones that I've recruited on previously. We recruit on the attitude and the lifelong learning. So, if people are going through university at the moment or going through college, it's showing the discipline of being able to learn, assimilate information, disseminate the information to others as well, and apply it in a business context. So that's still going to be relevant going forward. Within a boardroom, it's quite interesting because actually, and apologies if there are any directors in the room, generally we're quite Luddite. Going back to where I started, I was a COBOL Kix DB2 programmer. That doesn't exist anymore. And I wouldn't say that I'm an AI guru. I do use the tooling, but actually the right thing to do is to work with people across the industry, within the company as well, give them a voice, listen to what they have to say, because they're the ones that are doing the experimenting, whether it's at home or, as we've talked about before, have the hack days, the hackathons, the safe spaces where they can experiment.
Thank you. Laura, I want to come to you with a specific question. So Sage talks about AI elevating human work for colleagues. How does this principle guide the way that you prepare colleagues for the future of work?
Yeah, so elevating human work is a core tenet of how we're thinking about AI for both customers and for colleagues. I think it speaks to what you were saying about AI as a tool, right? It's a really powerful tool, but it's essentially there to help us spend more of our time in the value-add parts of our role, which for most of us, the parts that we enjoy the most and that contribute the most to our personal growth. But that does mean that for the future workforce, jobs are going to look quite different. You might have teams where at the moment it's all humans. You then get humans with assistants, you get humans with agents, and in some instances, humans become agent bosses. And that means that you're going to need a completely different mix of skill sets. So not to repeat what my esteemed colleagues have just said, but it's that mix of those elevated human skills with that baseline of AI literacy to be able to deploy these tools effectively. So for example, we've just launched an AI literacy badge, which is aimed at everybody, basically, to make sure that we've all got that foundational layer of understanding of what is AI and what is it not? How can I start to use it in my own role? And building that kind of adaptability and that growth mindset that means that we might not have the skills now, but we have the skills to learn the skills, if that makes sense, and that mindset to be able to grow in the future. And then just touching on the external, Sage is also a really proud partner with the government on an initiative to upskill over 7 million UK workers through, we'll be soon launching a free course on AI foundational skills. That's things like AI ethics, art of prompting, all of those basic skills that small employers and accountants are going to need for the future.
Okay, great. So this is the last question, and I'm just going to sort of go around the panel. So just really quick answers on this. Thinking about future talent pipelines, are there any particular backgrounds or disciplines that your organizations are looking for, bearing AI in mind, so for future roles, for your future talent, for your particular organization? So Paul, I'll start with you.
I think there's probably two areas for me there. There's one, it's not just AI, it's data engineers, data scientists, and the like, but it's that broader range of digital ecosystem. Your user researchers, human-centered designers, how you architecting these services. But I think, at a more fundamental level, it's really around hybrid roles, AI as a part of the role. It's your core domain with AI as an augmentation. As long as you've got, those the critical thinking, the problem-solving skills that we've talked about today, plus what you do with the capability to use AI, that is the cyborg workforce of the future.
Thank you. Mark?
Building on what Paul said, I guess we're very similar. We're in a consultancy. I guess there's two camps. There's the camp of, if you work in the tech part of the business, I'd absolutely expect you to understand data science and how AI works. It's just probability, maths, and statistics. Like, we'd expect you to understand that. I guess in more fundamentally outside of that tech role, I don't want to hire anybody with AI in their job title. I want to hire critical thinkers, like you said. I want to hire people with entrepreneurial spirit. And I think I've been saying this for a while. The future workforce is not what it used to be when we were building ships and mining coal in the Northeast. It's not people who will come in, do a 9 to 5, go home, collect the paycheck. It's people with passion. It's people who've got ideas and that sort of thing, and they can command the robots. When the robots come, we're looking for commanders of robots. We're not looking to hire robots, if that makes sense. The robots now exist, so that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Susan?
I agree with everything that's been said in terms of the technical STEM-based subjects, particularly kind of building on that to deliver and enable companies going forward. I've obviously mentioned curiosity, experimentation, critical thinking, which I do think are important. Trying to find a different angle, the ethics side and regulation. We are far behind in terms of what this means. So ethically and legally, how are we going to manage this when we're, where is our data going to be? Data science is obviously kind of a massive piece of this, but our data could be sitting in a completely different jurisdiction and we don't know it. So from a regulation point of view and ethical, I think that's something that we would be looking for coming to the fore. And then your traditional or non-traditional skills like the prompt engineering you were mentioning, these are all things that we would expect from an AI literacy perspective, but that would just be a skill within the CV rather than the key title that we'd be looking for.
Thank you. Robin?
There's a lot of themes in everything that we're saying about that sort of adaptability of individuals. I think as I sort of been battling for my particular sector and AI and what it actually means, there's also bringing it back to some of the actual tooling that's used. And we're not necessarily just talking about the classic sort of chat GPTs, co-pilot-y things. It's more about things that are, looking at some of the cameras here, just about AI being built into some of these products to sort of augment new ways of creating content as part of this. So there's an interesting sideline where you start to come away a little bit from almost like the AI and what you use it day to day, and sort of almost like the prompts you put in. But also from my perspective, there's a lot of evolution of the products and the creative way of making content that AI is playing a big part in now. So Gaussian splats, where you start to sort of capture environments and bring those sorts of things into workflows, that makes creative uses more possible, more creative uses. There's those cameras are adopting these technologies. So that from my perspective, almost keeps me sane to a certain degree, because there's one side of this AI coin that is scary. You hear, what does it mean for business, et cetera, et cetera. But on the flip of that, from almost like the generation and the opportunity of what that comes creatively, that's quite powerful. So when you bring it back to skills and things, I think it's everything in that gamut as part of that. And it's going to evolve. We're going to settle, but new generations coming through. It'll be standard. And we're the ones that are having these questions right now, but we're battling with a sense of what we've come from in the past. So bring it on.
Fantastic. And Laura?
I think it's been covered beautifully already, but I would just say that if I were at the point in my sort of educational journey where I was looking at the future, I genuinely don't think it really matters what you study. I think what matters is your mindset, your adaptability, your willingness to learn, and your openness to embrace the future. And you can do that whether you're a linguist, a mathematician, or a scientist.
Thank you. I almost don't need to sum up. That's perfect. But I suppose going back to my original question of I'm an employer, where do I start? You've absolutely sort of quashed a lot of my fears there with your answers. I need to let my staff experiment. Yes, have those guideposts. Think about ethics. Think about safety. But let them experiment. Have a look at this, and it's really reassuring that we're looking for a human who can use a tool really well. So those skills, those transferable skills, the critical thinking, the adaptability, the skills that we are and have been in education, developing and really focusing on and prioritizing, are the same skills that we need here, just to be used with the new tools that are coming through. Okay. Thank you very much to the panel. I hope that's been extremely useful and insightful for everybody observing out there. I'm just looking to see whether or not lunch is ready. Yeah, and I'm getting a thumbs up. So thank you very much. Go and enjoy some much deserved lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I would like to introduce Dame Chi, who's come along to give you a little keynote. So without further ado, let's welcome her.
Wow. That's a great microphone. Thanks so much. And thanks to Newcastle College and the sponsors of today for inviting me and asking me to say a few words today. And I just want to start by saying what a huge pleasure it is to be here in Newcastle College. I growing up in Newcastle College, Battle Lane, you know, it was such a cool and exciting and innovative place. It's amazing and wonderful that Newcastle College has kept that ethos for let me just say, there's a number of decades later, and is channeling the innovation and the new technologies and creative industries that they're so important to this region, and supporting our young people and people of all ages actually into the industries and the sectors of the future. So it's a real pleasure to be here as a Geordie, as a having grown up in Newcastle, also obviously as a member of Parliament for Newcastle Central and West. A huge honour to join the very best of industry, education and government from across our region here today, and particularly as the chair of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee, so our role is to hold the government to account on all science and technology policy, and on how the government uses science in developing policy, and to make sure that it is in the interests of the people. And that's also the Labour government's objective. So we should be attuned on that. And the focus of the committee is on science and technology that will shape our future. And speaking as a chartered electrical engineer, that's something that I'm really passionate about. And some of those technologies, include engineering, biology, quantum technology, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, and sort of most talked about and most relevant to this event is, of course, AI. So these technologies offer tremendous opportunity. They are and will be the engines of future prosperity for our country, and most importantly for our region. It's so important that as a region we recognize that. Because this is, and just to say, 2026 has got off to a bang, and you may feel that you're right to think that there have already been a lot of critical moments this year, but we are at a critical moment in our history. We find that the UK government's modern industrial strategy identifies AI as fundamental to future growth. And as the Prime Minister said when launching the AI Opportunities Action Plan, almost exactly a year ago, in fact, he said the opportunities of this technology are not just going to fall into our lap. The government, industry and further education must all step up if we want to win the AI race. Progress is not automatic. It has to be built. And that's particularly important and relevant to the UK as how can I put this? Having left the European Union and having close ally in the US, we need to build our own AI sovereign industry to be a competitive country, competitive economy on the world stage. But the Northeast has been here before. This is not something new for us. Our region, quite literally, I always say this, powered the first industrial revolution. George Stephenson, pioneered the railways here, and where he built locomotive number 1, is just about 5 minutes walk down the road. And the Northeast, mixed, smelted, and manufactured many of the industrial riches that flowed from it. This is the home of industrial greats like Stephenson, like Armstrong, like Pearson, like Parsons, and that includes Rachel Parsons, who was the world's first female naval engineer. And when I was growing up in Newcastle and trying to find out about female engineers, I suffered from what I now call Marie Curie syndrome, the inability to name more than one female scientist and engineer. Rachel Parsons had lived like literally 3 miles away from me in Heaton, and was a global pioneering female engineer who helped found the Women's Engineering Society. I didn't know anything about that as a kid, and that's why telling those stories. That's why I always take the chance to mention it, because telling those stories is so can be so inspiring and reassuring to young girls growing up now thinking about engineering as a career. Because the Northeast has always produced people with innovative minds and a formidable work ethic. I always say I became an engineer because I wanted to make and build things, and that was what the Northeast instilled in me. And so our history means that we are better placed than most, to become a heartland of industrial and technological transformation once again. And we are because we are rising to the challenge. Our region is reindustrializing, and not with the technologies of the past, but with the technologies of the future. So, and I'm sure you're all aware of the 10 billion QTS data center campus at Camas in Northumberland. Transformative. It's a transformative moment for the Northeast and the UK's digital future. So where once stood a power station, a coal power station, we now see the emergence of a world-class hub for AI and cloud computing. And the project will deliver over 1,600 direct jobs, thousands more through supply chains, and a £110 million community investment fund to support the to support the community around that area. It's part of as well as growth along the Northumberland line. So it's part of a £14 billion investment pipeline across tech, AI, and digital infrastructure under Labour's AI Opportunities Action Plan that I mentioned earlier, so reflecting the strategic importance of data centres to our regional and national future. And through AI innovation, we are also building on our region's great strengths in life sciences. So last week, I visited the cellular pathology department at the RVI, which is just amazing, the technology that they have there. And they're using AI in their decision making. They're also beginning to use AI in the reviewing and monitoring of samples, and I've met startups across the Northeast, such as this photograph of me in Alias Biotech. And they're using data to model an AI to model the human gut and about how nutrients are absorbed, so we can test new drugs without actually testing them on human beings. So as chair of the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee, I really see firsthand how innovation drives growth, but also how we often fall short in turning research excellence into scalable businesses, particularly in regions like ours. And that's how one of our first inquiries was into innovation growth and the regions, which is focused on the structural factors that shape regional innovation. These are the foundations that allow sectors like AI and data infrastructure to flourish, and they're still not evenly distributed. So things such as investment in education and workforce skills, and we have challenges in our schools' performance in comparison with other regions, particularly London, for example. Access to capital is a big issue, lab and technical facilities, and also strong digital and transport connectivity. And that's why the recent announcement about the Leamside line is so important. So as part of that inquiry, we heard really compelling evidence from regional leaders, including Kim McGuinness, our mayor, that these innovation is absolutely critical for growth and a key component of our regional growth plan. While progress is being made through increased investment in science, transport, and devolution, as I've talked about, there is still much more to do, and our committee continues to find too many Whitehall departments lack a clear regional lens in their policy making. And that's a polite way for saying that too many in Whitehall don't know where Newcastle is and don't really care. And that has to change. And that is cultural change as well as well. The money is important. Very important, very, very important if Rachel is listening to this, but it's also a cultural change as well. And so, embedding data centers within the regional strategies is part of that change, anchoring investment, supporting innovation, and creating high-value jobs where they are most needed. So we already have a vibrant and fast-growing tech sector where AI can thrive. We've got a 2 billion plus digital industry employing nearly 35,000 people across more than 3,500 creative and digital businesses. We've got fantastic firms. Newcastle is at the heart of one of the biggest, fastest growing tech clusters. We've got FTSE 100 firms like Sage that here, like Ubisoft, which is the UK's largest game studio, and the new tech hub. And Newcastle Helix Innovation District strengthens this ecosystem further, bringing together academia, industry, the public sector, and local communities, and robots. That's me with a robot, a robot to help healthy aging, and it's a £350 million centre of excellence. So these strengths sort of align with the ambitions of the North East Mayor, Kim McGuinness, the North East Combined Authority to build an unrivaled inclusive digital and tech community. And so combined with major recent investments in AI infrastructure, the Northeast is a fertile ground, the fertile ground for world-class digital powerhouse. So that is all, that's fantastic. We are sitting and standing in a really great position. But I just want to talk about some of the challenges in ensuring that AI helps us build the future we want to create, because it has to work in all our interests. It must be shaped for the public good and with public trust in mind. And unfortunately, and I say again, I speak as a tech evangelist and an engineer, technology has not always done that and will not do that indeed unless it is shaped by government and by people. So we've had tech scandals, and not least of which is the Post Office Horizon scandal and the AI marking scandal. Workers wrongly imprisoned because of and children failed because of that, and they cause long-term damage to public trust and risk slowing the adoption of technology that could otherwise improve public services, make all our lives better, daily life. So too often my constituents feel that digital technology is something that happens to them, that it's something that's done to them, not for them or with their needs in mind. And one of the things that I am very concerned about is the way in which people don't feel they have agency over how technology affects their lives. They feel instead, many feel disempowered, undermined, dehumanized, tracked or attacked. And that is not going to further the absorption and adoption of innovative technologies, if that's a public sense. So AI adoption must be grounded in responsibility, accountability, and a clear commitment to positive outcomes for people. What's a great thing is that, and it's part of our history in the Northeast. I talked about an industrial history. We've also got a history of social activism, from trade unionism to international fair trade, to anti-apartheid movement. When I was a child, and so the Northeast has recognised that and is also taking action. Right here in Newcastle, we have universities tackling, our 2 universities in Newcastle tackling the issues of AI safety. Back in the autumn, I spoke at the launch of Newcastle University Centre for AI Safety, so does what it says on the tin, I hope, which is a groundbreaking new research centre aimed at assuring AI systems operate safely, ethically, and reliably across all sectors of society. We also have Northumbria University's Centre for Responsible AI, which is bringing together the university's multidisciplinary expertise in citizen-centered AI to focus on how AI should be used in education, really important topic here, government, industry, and wider society. So that, both projects, as I said, have in common a desire for social justice and a more equitable future to be at the heart of new technologies. And today's event here is part of that proud Northeast history of social activism when it comes to change. Secondly, as well as being made for the public good, AI must be sustainable. And we've all heard the talk about the energy intensity of data centers. Their power use is expected to increase 6-fold over the next decade, at a time when we're trying to decarbonize. Recent research suggested that a single 20 to 50 question conversation with an AI chatbot, should you be so inclined to have one, consumes around half a litre of water. And at a time of climate crisis, I know that given the weather at the moment, we may not feel we're short of water here in the Northeast, but it's globally and in the UK, we have real problems with our water supply. So we need smart planning, flexible energy systems, and sustainable design, so that growth does not come at the cost of higher emissions or local outages. So our region's universities, and again, I'm shouting out to Durham University's Durham Energy Institute. And I know that young people particularly are deeply committed to building a greener future. And so that's that the Durham Institute brings together multiple disciplines to advance sustainability, justice, and ethical energy systems. And we also have, that's a photo, that's under the Tyne Bridge on Newcastle University's boat, which is the first, I think it's one of the first hybrid boats. It's actually it actually is powered by renewable energy and batteries currently for part of the time. So AI must be sustainable. And the third big thing, and this is possibly the biggest, AI must help to reduce, not widen, inequality. So, I always say I entered politics for the same reason I entered engineering a couple of decades earlier, to make the world work better for everyone. We know that AI innovation is essential, but the real test is whether its benefits are shared. Our own history teaches us this lesson. The first industrial revolution created enormous wealth in this region, and you can see it still in some of the houses and the institutions around us. But it was not evenly distributed, leaving inequalities that shaped generations. So as we enter a new era of industrial and economic change, we must ensure that no region and no community is left behind. We must ensure that my my committee's inquiry into innovation growth in the regions is examining just that, how the technologies of tomorrow can be developed, adopted, and spread across the whole country. And we already see how inequality fuels resentment, how that resentment can be exploited, and how misinformation spreads rapidly online. And unregulated algorithms often amplify the most provocative content, deepening social divides. So that is why AI must be shaped in the public interest and not left to govern us. And it also means that AI investment in the Northeast must benefit the Northeast. Local government and industry must work together to ensure jobs, training, and opportunities go to the people who live here. And the role, again, of Newcastle College in supporting and ensuring that those opportunities are available and accessible to the broadest range of people is really important. And then as part of that, AI must reflect our shared values and diversity. So I've already talked about the enormous opportunity for good, but I'm sure you're all aware of how AI tools have been used to create sexualized deep fakes of women and children. Women, and I know this personally, who voice our opinions online have been targeted with degrading AI-generated images, sometimes to the point where they are pushed to stop speaking altogether. So this is not, I think this is not a technology which is working in women's interests. And I always say that if technology is not equal by design, it will not be equal in outcomes. So it's no surprise that many AI systems, built largely by a small group of tech bros in Silicon Valley, fail to understand or prevent this kind of harm. We need people from all backgrounds designing, coding, regulating, and governing AI so that it serves the diverse society it is meant to benefit. You know, AI and STEM are shaping the future of our country, yet the people working in that sector do not reflect our country. And I mean, I know this personally, studying electrical engineering at Imperial in the 80s, and going on to work as a chartered engineer, I was often the only woman in the room, the only person of colour, the only working class northerner, the only Newcastle United fan. You know, that was a great deal of isolation to own, and and the challenges that things haven't changed as much as they should. In 1984, there's 12% of engineering students were women. Nearly 40 years later, that figure has only risen to 17%. So, and women make up just 17% of the engineering and technology workforce, and minority ethnic groups make up 14%. Black women make up only 0.7% of tech workers. So it's clear to me, if we want AI to work in the interests of all our interests, the people who design it must reflect all of us. And so, you know, that's really why coming together today, you know, to look at AI and how we can, as leaders, also as a government, and the sponsors, private sector, and further education can drive that transformative change that AI represents in the interests of everyone is such a critical issue. And so with that, I just want to say, thank you. The Northeast has done this before. We powered the first industrial revolution. We had the opportunity to help shape the next in a way that is fairer, greener, and more inclusive. So that AI and data don't just drive growth, they build a future that works for everyone. And I look forward to working with you on that and answering your questions. Thank you. So are there any questions? Or? No? Oh, yes. Oh. Well, that's a fantastic question. Thank you for that question. And it is an absolutely, it's a fundamental part of a lot of what we're talking about. Because when we talk, about there's 2 or 3 things there. Obviously, when we talk about infrastructure, and digital connectivity, the costs of digital connectivity in rural areas tend to be higher, longer lines to local exchange, etc. And one of the issues that my committee has raised with ministers and with companies is ensuring that digital infrastructure works. And as someone who every weekend just about is taking a long walk somewhere in the countryside in Northumberland, I know that mobile connectivity is not, for example, is not where it needs to be. So I think it's important to understand what rural communities need and to ensure that the connectivity, the infrastructure, connectivity and transport, but also there's opportunities there for rural communities because of remote working and the better understanding of geography and data that AI can bring. And I think we have to make sure that that is integrated into local government plans. As part of our inquiry, we heard from, I'm trying to remember which council it was a rural council in the south of England, which was using AI to support more elderly people staying at home and being safe at home, and reducing the costs on them of transport into centralized hospital and care services, for example. So again, there are opportunities, there are challenges, and it's important to understand specifically how that matters in a rural environment. Anything else? Any other? Yeah,
Hello. Yesterday we had a speaker, Charlie Holt, who was talking about his journey in AI, and he said that he was at the launch of the Northeast AI Growth Zone, and he had spoken to the government minister or the representative who was here, who said that there was no funding available as part of that announcement, and he wanted to know where the investment was coming from.
Okay, so I mean, there's different things here, but the growth zone isn't like a pot of money, but the investment, the £10 billion investment from QTS is coming from the private sector. It's coming from QTS, and as part of that, I think, as I said, there's a £110 million sort of community fund to support different aspects. So, different aspects of integrating that and supporting, so that the benefits flow to the communities. But then we also have the announcement about the Leamside line, which again, that funding is coming from the Transport Department, and we have the investment in digital infrastructure. So the growth zone is like a sort of the growth zone is like a zone to support which enables the private sector to sort of come together and drive private sector investment. It's not like a funding pot. There are other funding pots for specific things, but not for the innovation, not for the AI growth zones. But I think in terms of and also we've also got UKRI and Innovate UK with specific programs to support AI growth, and we've also got the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. It's supporting AI training for 7 million people over the next the program part of this government. So there is some funding available for particular things, but I also think this is something that it's something that has to have private sector investment as well. Thanks.
Hello. Sorry, perhaps I can ask a question. In our day one, there was a collective discussion across technology leaders, business leaders, academia, and local government. And there was a recognition that within the region, collectively, we can influence things within our control to an extent. but there was also a discussion and a concern raised about the things that we can't influence out of our control, more to do with national. The one that was raised as an example, and there were several others, was the need to upgrade and accelerate national grid to be able to support the acceleration of what's happening in the region. And that came out as quite a significant concern. Perhaps you could talk to us to that?
Well, I think one of the really interesting things about the QTS Blackstone investment is that, as I said, it was a previous power station, small power station, which, as a consequence, it has a direct line into the national grid, and that is what big investors like in this, like Blackstone, Microsoft, other companies, they are currently really looking for existing connections into the grid, because getting a new connection can take 2, 3, 4 years and just doesn't make it viable. So we do need, and Ed Miliband, our Secretary of State for the Department of Energy and Net Zero, recognizes the need for grid transformation, and there is I think is it NISO, the National Grid National Innovate Operate. There are research and plans as to how to improve and transform the grid into a smart grid, and how it should be paid for, which is the key thing in terms of how we get that mix of private sector investment, reductions. We don't want to be putting, you don't want to be putting money on costs onto consumers. The government is committed to reducing consumers' energy bills, but the need to upgrade the national grid is absolutely clear. I also just want to mention all the work that's being done, with the renewable energies in the North Sea and support for carbon capture and storage down on Teesside. So I can't give you a date by which connections into the grid will be flowing as they should, but there is a lot of work going on that. In terms of influencing it, which I think was your original question, then I think companies who have a concern there, or academics or individuals who have a concern there, should raise that, with me, with the local MP, but also with the combined authority, because I know that this is part of Kim McGuinness's plan for the future of our region. Great. Wow. Nope, everything's fine. Great. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have a little talk to do before you sit down as well?
What do you mean?
Are you doing a keynote? Good afternoon. I don't know how you actually follow that when you have a member of the government stand up and do a presentation, but anyway, from one dame to a diva. Okay, I'm just joking. So I'm delighted to introduce our next session, which is a keynote from Heather Smith. I'm also very proud to say that Heather and I are kind of co-workers. I work for Avanade, which is a joint venture between Accenture and Microsoft. My colleague Heather actually works for Accenture, so she's all the brains of the engine going on here. And Heather is going to give us a keynote on embedding AI into skills development.
Wow, what an act to follow. And also I'm much shorter, so I'm going to try and angle this in a way that you can hear me. Thank you. Really delighted to be here. If you missed the panel that was on this morning, I will quickly reintroduce myself. So in my day job with Accenture, I'm one of our leaders looking after kind of digital transformation. I specialise in large-scale kind of digital government transformation, which I've been doing for the past over 10 years. But my passion project and the thing that I do kind of on top of my day-to-day job is I'm one of our executive sponsors that looks after all of the early talent programs. So I sponsor our Northeast program here in Newcastle. We've got a thriving business park up in Cobalt in North Tyneside, where we have, around 100, 150 early talent joining us every single year. So that is across, graduate programs, apprenticeships, and some of our master's career changer apprenticeships. Now, I've taken a bit of a different tack with this one. I was looking through the programme and what everybody was going to talk about. And there's a lot of really macro concepts here. We just heard from, government leaders. It's exceptional, the breadth of stuff that we've heard over the past couple of days. I've taken a bit of a different tactic. And I'm going to zoom in really on the ground micro level to try and talk to you about how we, within the tech sector and within a business like Accenture, actually take a young person on the journey of embedding these skills into their day-to-day work. And so, let me introduce you to Jenny. Full disclaimer, Jenny was generated by AI. That is an AI-generated image. However, to kind of build and pull together some of this stuff today, I've gone around and I've spoken to a lot of our kind of young people who have joined Accenture over the past couple of years. So albeit Jenny's AI, the story that I'm going to tell you about Jenny and what she represents is very much the experience of the young people that we bring in through the door. So I'll tell you a bit about Jenny. She's 18 years old. She's currently studying her A-levels. She really wants to do an apprenticeship. She's loved education, but she's maybe not that into the kind of traditional education settings that school often brings for young people. Jenny is neurodiverse, much like myself. Jenny is dyslexic. I'm ADHD, and by the way, you will see that because routing myself to the spot to talk to people is exceptionally difficult. I'm usually all around the shop. But, because of all the challenges that Jenny will have inevitably faced through traditional education, she thinks going straight into an apprenticeship after school is the way that she wants to do it. Bit about her day-to-day. So, she's got an entrepreneurial mindset, Jenny. She's great. She's got an Etsy store that she kind of does on the side. She's also really creative. She loves a role-playing game, Dungeons and Dragons. And through all of that, you get a flavour of who Jenny is. Now, like much of our young people, and there's some young people in this room today, Jenny's already a bit au fait with AI, right? There's a couple of things that she already uses in her day-to-day. So, because Jenny is dyslexic, one of her lecturers told her to start using Grammarly, really great AI tool. It helps her to check and understand, is her grammar correct? It does more than just spell checking. It really helps her with kind of writing essays. She does a business A-level. That's been really helpful to her. She also uses ChatGPT. There's a free version of that. And I think a lot of people in this room will have inevitably used ChatGPT for all sorts of stuff. She uses it to make character sheets for Dungeons and Dragons, which is very cool. What I want you to take away from that is Jenny's pretty tech savvy. So how do we get somebody like Jenny into a business like Accenture? And how do we really embed AI right from the journey that Jenny is on right now? I'll talk to you a little bit about our recruitment and interview process, because what we find so often with young people applying for early talent schemes, but also for some of our experienced hires, there's a natural tendency to have a bit of an over-reliance on AI. And I think, particularly, seeing AI-generated CVs come through the door quite often, and having people use it as a bit of a crutch to try and get them through the door of businesses like Accenture. What we've tried to curate through our recruitment process, and I think through many other big tech businesses, is a journey that tries to separate where AI is needed and useful, and that they should be using it as a tool, and where we're really just wanting to see people in their authentic selves. So through the role advert and through the prep that Jenny goes through to kind of apply for the apprenticeship scheme, she sees there are sections of that process where she's told to use AI. So one of the things that we do is in what we call our business strengths interview, she will be asked to use AI as a tool to answer a question, which I've got on the screen here. So you've been asked to prepare some ideas on how Accenture can support a client in implementing AI tools to enhance operational efficiency. Now, in that interview process, she's specifically told, use something like ChatGPT to answer this question about how AI is useful. We use that as a tool because we want to both teach her that, it can be a really powerful and useful research tool, but also through doing that research, she understands and learns some of the practical applications of AI. The important thing, though, is that after she's done that part of the interview, she has no digital aids. All of our interviews are done in person. And what we tell them to do, people like Jenny and all of our early talent, is, bring your true self. All of our questions, all of the things that she will undergo through the rest of the recruitment process are not a test. It's not a test of her technical skill. It's not an exam question that she could Google. It's really understanding and getting to know her as an individual. To briefly note, a consultancy like Accenture, we don't sell anything other than human beings and their brains. So we don't have a particular tech stack. We don't have, a particular product that we're kind of peddling into the market. What we're looking for is a diverse set of individuals who can deliver really cool stuff to our clients. Good news, Jenny got the job. And she and 39 other really fantastic and diverse young people have joined the apprenticeship scheme for Accenture this year. In that onboarding journey, so before we kind of get stuck into the really fun and hard work, there are some really fundamental principles that we try and embed and teach Jenny and her team. The kind of fundamentals that I've given a bit of a screenshot on, you will see these are a screenshot from my fundamentals, and I've done 2 of 3. But we have what we call the technology quotient. This is a really fantastic learning tool, which gives Jenny and her people around her foundational understanding of the different types of AI. So we're talking, as a technology stack here. It walks her through some really good examples of how we've delivered AI solutions. And it really gives her a flavour of, the power and the potential of AI. It's quite inspiring. She also can do that on VR headsets and things, so it's a very, very immersive learning journey. Now, the thing that we have to couple that with is the safety element. And I think we've talked a lot over the past couple of days about, using AI responsibly, how we integrate that into our businesses in a way that is controlled. And so some of the things that we kind of put in place for that are, first and foremost, client data protection. So Jenny will undergo a lot of training and she'll sign some stuff all around safe and responsible use of any kind of tools, be that, storing information on the cloud, data, but also the use of AI tools. On the flip side, though, Jenny will get a fully compliant Copilot 365 enabled workstation. So she gets all of these cool tools that we've kind of vetted and integrated into all of our systems within Accenture that she can use and can kind of augment her day-to-day role. The important thing to note about this kind of initial onboarding training is what we try and balance, and what I think a lot of businesses are still trying to balance, is trying to make this initial onboarding into the world of work inspirational and thought-provoking, and really get those kind of creative juices flowing, whilst really putting safeguards around how we're using technology, be that AI or anything else really. And the main way that we do that is actually to block the use of a lot of tools. So, Jenny is going to work on client devices. She's not going to be able to access things like ChatGPT or anything that is, not vetted and not secured. So we put a lot of guardrails around that. Jenny is now in a role, which is fantastic. And a lot of our young people, whether they start their journey through going down the technology route or going down maybe a kind of project program management route, they will all be enabled in many ways through the use of AI. What I thought I'd do for this section is, instead of kind of give you a very long list of all the kind of things that these young people will get given as a tool, is to actually just get some quotes and talk about some of the things that our young people have experienced in their very early days in a new role with us. So this first quote is from a fantastic apprentice called Jack. Jack, being fresh to the industry, he's utilised Copilot to really help kind of craft his communications. He and Jack is an absolutely fantastic apprentice. He came to Accenture very anxious about interacting with senior leaders, interacting with clients. Accenture, for those of you that know what it is as a corporate entity, it's absolutely gigantic. It's almost unfathomable, the size and scale of an organisation that it is. So for a lot of our young people coming in, having something like Copilot that can help them craft, something as simple as an email, help them, make automatic notes on calls that they've had to onboard, to allow them to kind of reflect in their own time about what they've learnt, is really valuable. Quite often when we onboard people, we emphasise the need for them to create a strong network with people, and a kind of network of family, so that they can ask them questions. Using tools like Copilot for those people who really just feel that anxiety over asking questions has been really game-changing for a lot of people. The other quote I got is from Ambrielle. So Ambrielle uses it in a more kind of technological and practical sense within her team. She is one of the many people who has the benefit of having Copilot enabled GitHub, which she can actually use on her client machine, which is fantastic. We invest a lot in trying to bring some of these tools and technologies into our client work, which is great. The things that she's really used Copilot for, and other AI tools within that, is to have that, getting rid of that administration that I think we've talked about quite a lot. She's used it to test things, to kind of be creative, to go on that self-paced learning journey, so that she's not constantly having to rely on, a group of specialists around her to kind of bring her on that journey. I spoke a little bit about in the panel about how much I really value those proactive learners. This is a really good example from Ambrielle of how she's utilised that in a way that, when she then interacts with her colleagues, the things that she's asking them, the things that she's learning about, is not the basics of, does what I've written here make sense? Or, does this test case meet this criteria? Actually, what she's learning about is the really deep specialist and industry skills that she needs. So she can now ask them, when she's got half an hour in a stand-up with them, how is this solving the client's problem? What are they experiencing in the market? How how can we better speak to them about this and, plan it out more? So using that as an accelerator is something that we really try and integrate, not just for our early talent, but for everybody working in the sector. The community around it is probably the most important thing. So that was the kind of onboarding journey that Jenny went on. That's how we kind of got her job ready. It's how we put the parameters around her to make sure that, she was given a safe place to experiment, but she wasn't let loose on the world with all of these AI tools. The main thing that we do then is to really gamify it and make it really fun. So this is literally just a snippet from December and January in the Newcastle office in Accenture. These are all of the things that Jenny and her cohort were able to kind of get involved in over the past couple of months alone. We really value, working with our ecosystem partners. So AWS, we've got them in. They do Kiro hackathons with us. We do, essentials weeks where we really talk about the combination of both from a digital specialist standpoint, how can we really embed those really deep and niche skills, but also, how can anybody within any of their specialist roles really utilize AI? So a few examples of that would be, we've got a really thriving business analyst community. Only a couple of years ago, if Jenny was starting her journey as a business analyst, the things that she would be learning about is, how to write down requirements, how to kind of, make a spreadsheet full of requirements and mapping that back manually into, what the client was trying to achieve from a technical standpoint. The community now can give her 3 simple prompts and a little bit of data that she needs to copy and paste into it for all of that admin to just be immediately generated for her. We also have, which I think is really cool, every Friday we have something that we call the Gen AI show, where we do really, really practical hands-on snippets, bite size of, here's a thing, let me show you how I've used it. I think, advice to any other business leaders that are kind of sat in this room today, those bite-sized and very practical and hands-on ways of getting people to learn is so powerful because, Jenny and her colleagues have very, very busy day jobs. To put people on these, really expansive courses around, agentic AI and things like that, it's both very time consuming, but also it's actually not the way that most of us learn. The way that most people learn is by doing. So kind of weaving in some of these snippet bite-sized courses where, you'll get an email half an hour before that says, here's a link to a sandbox, here's a little scenario that we've made for you. We're going to spend 15 minutes just walking you through how to do something using one of these AI tools. That has been really, really powerful for us. The other thing that we love in Accenture, which I think is probably true across the sector as well, we love a competition. We love to get people, up and competing for something, having a shiny prize at the end. And so one of the things that we're running this month is an Agentic AI Sparks competition, which is a global competition, really, really cool. The other thing that I really love about this is, and what was quite surprising to me actually when we first started running these really large scale kind of global competitions is you will more often than not find it's apprentices and it's our young people and it's our graduates that are the vast majority of the people who are, doing those competitions, who are having all of these, really forward-thinking ideas, who are doing all of these experiments, who are kind of bringing that out into the work that they do. And I think my advice, I suppose, for education institutions is we need to nurture that. What I'm trying to demonstrate around the community aspect here is, the main thing that we invest in is one, the practical element, the gamified learning, but two, it's to make it fun, to make it interactive, to make it interesting so that, that level of interest and creativity that our young people so naturally have is really, really fostered and celebrated. And it's why I love apprenticeships. It's why I love, the types of learning that we have in education institutions like Newcastle College, because I think we're really good at that. That is not true of all of the education sector. And I think particularly when I'm hiring in, STEM graduates, what I tend to find is they very often have had spoon-fed learning. They've studied for exams, they've memorized a lot of material, and they've been kind of taught to regurgitate that onto the page. That doesn't really help them moving into the world of work for AI, because what I think a lot of people have really eloquently said over the past couple of days is we need people who are very critical, fast-paced, creative learners. And so what I will leave you on is a thank you. I have rushed through that slightly because I do actually have to go and get my kids in a minute. Oopsie. However, all of you, whether you are the young people in the back, hopefully utilising AI in your day-to-day and wanting to kind of move into sectors, or if you are educators, or indeed if you are business leaders, this wave is coming and it's here now. The best thing that we can do is foster this next generation of talent, keep them excited, keep them positive about the advances in AI. There's a lot of scaremongering around there, around the impact that it's going to have. It is going to have a huge impact. But ultimately, I think if we're all really excited about it, creative, and work really hard, like we're the ones in the room who can make the best use of it possible. Thank you. I'll probably have time for a couple of questions, then I need to run away, if there were any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You want to stay on track, don't you? Yeah. Eleanor, Steve, John, Kath, Paul. Not at all. Yeah, it would be helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's lovely. Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. We're on time. It's all very good. Thank you for reconvening back in the room. I know there's lots of toing and froing and running from one session to another. We are coming to the closing stages of our two-day session, and I'm delighted to be hosting another panel discussion. And as we have done with all of our panel discussions, we've tried to set some context as to what we're talking about. The theme has continued over the 2 days, and I'm going to read out something I shared yesterday. So if you're back for day 2, you're hearing this once again, but it is quite short. And if you're joining us, you'll get the salient message. The Northeast is positioning itself as a leading hub for responsible and inclusive AI. Adoption, leveraging world-class data infrastructure, a skilled workforce, and a collaborative ecosystem to deliver transformative economic growth and societal impact. I don't think anyone disagrees with that statement of ambition, and it's been echoed and reinforced in all of our discussions and keynotes over the last 2 days. This, combined with projected contributions of circa 40 billion to the regional economy over the next decade, is predicted. However, we identified yesterday in some research that corroborates this from PwC, identified that there's a potential delta of 10 billion, not an insignificant amount when you see the size of our region. And that delta is the risk that the North East is not just embracing AI, it's shaping the future innovation of the UK and beyond, but skills and infrastructure continue to be a caveat of potential risk. So I'm delighted to be joined today by Eleanor Kumar, Steve Granger, John Ridley, Catherine Orridge and Paul Wheels, who will introduce themselves when I sit down as we discuss and explore the next 10 years for the Northeast region. Sorry, moving from one mic to the next. Am I back on again? Sorry. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Eleanor first, if you would just quickly introduce yourself and say where you're from and how you're using AI in your organisation.
Hi, yeah. So I'm Ellie, and I'm a newsreader with Bauer Media. I'm particularly up here in the Northeast with what used to be Metro Radio and is now Hits Radio Northeast. And I mean, I see a lot of the impacts of AI, whether it's in the stories that we talk about and the news cycle that we cover. And as I'll sort of explain, hopefully shortly, there are ways that we have started using it within journalism.
Thank you. I'll pass to Steve Granger.
Hi, yeah, I'm Steve. I'm Managing Director and founder of Enigma Interactive. Enigma is a strategically led digital development agency. We're headquartered here in Newcastle on the quayside, and we work with clients from throughout the UK, Europe, to design and build solutions that help make the most effective use of their sort of digital and online presence. We've a number of AI projects currently in progress, including a bunch of R&D ones that are to do with how we can apply this technology most effectively for commercial and public sector clients. And we've recently launched a big kind of AI project for National Grid.
Hi, Paul Wheels, Lenovo, sponsor, global technology company making everything from pocket to cloud is our tagline in regards to mobile devices with Motorola brand, right the way through to the cloud infrastructure. I wear a couple of different hats, published author, book called The Human Loop, which is in regards to how humans work and collaborate with AI and the need to have that. Visiting research at Newcastle University's National Edge AI Hub. And I have the coolest job in Lenovo where I work with sports organizations and event arenas, things like FIFA, Formula One, and other things like Dortmund. We just announced the partnership with Dortmund recently as well.
Yeah, John Ridley, most people in the room know me. I'm the principal of Newcastle College and Newcastle College University Centre. Ruth, you may have noticed, we were able to twist Gerard's arm, so he's come to join us rather than Kevin. So with the keynote, and I'm working on FIFA tickets from Paul. Not doing very well.
Yeah, I'm trying to work them for myself as well.
Yeah, I'm Gerard Garvey, Executive Principal, People and Culture, with responsibility for oversight of our colleague development, and obviously with a keen interest in looking at how we both utilise AI as an employer, but also are working to upskill our staff so that they can deliver the relevant skills that are required for our learners. So kind of two hats in this.
Thank you for that. We're going to dive into questions straight away because I'm conscious that we need to keep up to time. So Ellie, I'm going to start with you. You touched on your role in media, and we've seen a lot of preempting of that in today's discussions about how that's being impacted, and some great questions from students who joined us earlier. How will AI reshape storytelling and audience engagement in media?
I mean, I think from a news perspective, we can use AI to aid in storytelling when we can avoid the misuse of it being the main story. I mean, there are things like spelling and grammar tools, which have been mentioned, things like Grammarly, and I know a lot of companies have internal versions of that, which can be a fantastic use of AI as it gives, particularly journalists, a chance to really just focus on investigating stories, holding authorities to account while we're on a tight deadline. I know a lot of the reporters that we have use captioning on videos and use AI to help create captions, which is really important in terms of accessibility, because without accessibility, there is a lot less engagement with content. So that's one of the main things I know that we use it for.
Thank you. And a follow-up question for you, because I think we're all curious. And Susan Bell touched on this earlier on about authenticity. How can media organisations leverage AI without losing authenticity, without it sounding like, oh, I'm being told by a robot?
I mean, I think it very much depends on the way that we're using it and what it's being used for. As I've just mentioned, things like grammar and spelling and captioning and the sort of support tools. One thing I will say as a journalist that I feel quite strongly about is there is an issue with being authentic and being a journalist. How can we report on climate change while using AI tools in our day-to-day jobs? You know, we can't ethically report on and examine the effects of climate change on the world and how it disproportionately affects people of colour and vulnerable communities, while at the same time using these tools without really examining the ecological impacts, for example, the amount of water that is used to keep data centres and AI servers running. So I think that is a question that organisations really need to be able to answer if they're going to come across as an authentic business or speaking authentically.
Walking the walk and talking the talk, indeed. Steve Granger, what safeguards are needed to maintain trust in AI-generated content?
Right, okay, yeah, so this is a fairly big
Probably more than
question.
a 2-minute answer, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really important one to consider. For all the benefits that AI can potentially bring, there are valid concerns about how its increased use could affect kind of society. Obviously, we've got killer AI robots to worry about, but a kind of even more pressing concern, I guess, is, you know, how do we learn to trust information in an AI world? You know, every week in the news, we see the societal kind of impact of like misinformation, and that's before AI comes in. You know, the rise of AI-generated content in probably pretty much every narrative that we see. That's going to make, you know, this stuff even harder. We're not going to be able to tell fact from fiction necessarily, you know, truth from misinformation. So those guardrails, I think, are going to be important. You know, putting safeguards in, like the ability to be able to sort of quickly and easily fact check stuff in situ when you're consuming information. That's going to be crucial. And from a like ethical point of view, I think that probably should be, you know, highest priority, because you know, if we lose trust in information, then the risk is that, you know, people just start to believe what they want to believe, and that leads us into a fairly dangerous place.
So let's explore that one just a little bit further, because the follow-up question: if AI is consciously or otherwise generating disinformation, inappropriate content, deepfakes, etc., what's your view and take on how AI can help identify that and combat that? So, you know, kind of AI to catch the AI, as it would be.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, I think that's hopefully what should happen. You know, there is an opportunity here to develop AI tools that then can effectively police itself. You know, so it can be used to then identify misinformation and flag it up at that kind of point of consumption. That all feels very, very feasible within the technology constraints. It raises some interesting questions around what it uses as that source of truth, and kind of who's the arbiter of what's true and what isn't. But from an actual development point of view, you know, this feels in reach. So if anybody fancies taking on that commercial opportunity, could be, you know, rich and powerful.
Well,
someone to your right-hand side.
There is actually, when I was at Intel prior to joining Lenovo, Intel actually did create a deepfake platform to identify deepfake videos. So the manufacturers of the silicon are very active in looking at ways to sort of help with that challenge.
Yeah,
and I believe their intentions are as to open source it as well.
I think it should be called out that the very large tech companies are hugely cognizant of security risk and appropriateness. And, you know, I don't speak on behalf of any tech company specifically, but I think what YFC and Observe in the region is a real duty of care to ensure that they build and deploy is decent for society. And I'm sure there are others who don't do that, but the ones that we're speaking of generally over the 2 days certainly do.
I mean, if I can lean it, there are ways with content. For example, if you copy and paste from Copilot into a document, it embeds that it has been, right? So there are ways that we can be doing that with content as a whole, that you've then got a certification of quality from a news source or a media source that is actually justifying that is real.
Yeah, source identification
Yeah.
is a step, isn't it? Absolutely, thank you. Paul, I'll stick with you on this particular question. What ethical considerations should guide AI in journalism, broadcasting, publication, just generally? What ethical considerations should guide AI in journalism, broadcasting, media, content, etc.?
I think it leads to the title of the book, The Human in the Loop. We should take accountability and responsibility. I was having a chat with a couple of people yesterday about, we talk about AI as if this is something different. It's software, it's technology, it's an evolution of. And at that time, current time, it's, people can misuse and have been able to misuse technology. It's about having ethics as humans in utilizing the technology in the right way, but also being cognizant of bad players and identifying those and holding them to account as well.
Thank you. And so how do media organizations maintain trust? We've kind of heard from two representatives from media. You're from the technology side. How can trust be maintained, or established in the first place and then maintained?
We're actively, as Lenovo, we're actively working on that, and we articulate in our marketing content and as ethics as a company as well, that we are at the forefront of being ethical with AI and therefore passing those learnings on to our customers and clients as well. This is a new world, right? We're all learning as we're going along, but we're making sure that those ethics and responsibilities and the technology to help with that is being delivered.
Thank you. And John, from an academic side, how can the Northeast become a leader in ethical AI in media globally? Put us on the map.
Well, yeah, I know. If I had the answer to that, I'd be a millionaire, right? I think it's what we've discussed the past 2 days, isn't it? First of all, being upfront about what you don't know and the limits of your knowledge and not trying to pass yourself off as an expert when you're not. And I think to the point that's been raised on both days as well as not widening gaps, so access to AI. I think as Uran and Fahim in this morning's panel talked about was being inquisitive and inquiring and taking a problem-solving approach to AI. As I mentioned before, is to be very cognizant of, this is a word's been used a lot, but be very much aware of not creating a two-tier platform. Two tiers both in those that have access and those that do not have access, but equally as well, those that would benefit from more human interaction than they would in artificial interaction. And the final thing as well is that I think that from a point of view of ethics, being very much aware that we have existing, and to Paul's point, this is software, we've got existing safeguarding, for example, and we've got existing ethical codes that will quite easily map across with some consideration. We're not designing something new, this is augmentation. And then from that, if we don't like it, we'll put it in AI, ask what they would do.
Don't reinvent the wheel.
Can I add with the regional side
sure.
of the question there as well, is that we do actually have investments in Northumbria University, as well as the AI Centre for Safety at Newcastle University as well, that is very much at the forefront of mind for the region and national impact and international impact as well.
It's great that's been initiated at the early stages and not a reactive situation. It's an early consideration. So John, I want to follow up on that. Is how is AI in media and content becoming part of the curriculum courses here within the college?
It can't not be, because it's here. And I think that's what we said yesterday and the day. It is live. And we are wrestling with, and we're ahead of the curve in terms of our assessment. And we're embracing and working with our students of all ages to consider how AI can be embedded in the assessment of practice, to demonstrate. And as I've said on a number of occasions, and I'll say again, I'm very clear the direction of travel for education with AI is moving away from credentials and examinations and the building and demonstrating of the application of your knowledge. And therefore, we're giving students the opportunity to use AI in their applications, but using those guardrails, as Fahim said, it's the authenticity, it's the consideration of the information that goes in, because it depends on the data and the information, how that's structured going into AI with what you're getting out, and the ability to really critically reason with that information to enhance productivity rather than just accept what's for face value.
Thank you. Gerard, this morning in your talk, you spoke deeply about being equitable and social impact and ensuring that everyone's on this journey. And you spoke very passionately about the region and its reach and its uniqueness, I suppose. What opportunities do you think exist for hyper-localized content in this area?
Sorry, what was the last part of the
What
question?
opportunities do you think for hyper-localized content generation from the Northeast, and particularly with the college and its innate, we're sitting here in the technology and the media and the design hub. How can we, I suppose, how can we have a deeper voice, and what opportunities can AI provide in that?
I think it's a really good question. I think for us, we're confident that we've got the talent, and this is the thing. And a lot of this is transferable. You know, what we talked about this morning, and the skills that would allow you to develop the kind of mastery of AI are not hugely different from the skills that would allow you to develop that mastery elsewhere. And we know we've got that adaptability there. I think what we would really want to see is kind of those opportunities coming up. And I think when we talk about AI growth zone, making this part of the everyday conversation for people so that they see that those opportunities are there and coming through, because there's a lot of people, us in this room, spending a lot of time thinking about these issues and talking about it, but there are lots of people who aren't. You know, we need to make sure that people see that there are routes and opportunities coming through, because you know, we know, and from our own data, really interesting, and I looked at this just this week. I listened to the radio yesterday, about 3 or 4 programs were talking about AI this, AI that, and we talk about how it's going to change what's going on. I looked at the data for what our students from our 6th form at A-level are applying to do this year at university, and the overwhelming majority of them are applying to do law. Single biggest subject. And it kind of occurs to me of, actually, isn't law one of the biggest areas where we're going to see huge disruption? Yeah. And now, whilst those learners, you know, may well go off to higher education to develop more general critical thinking skills that would make them adaptable into the future, I'm not sure that the message around where the opportunities, and even if we know where they are coming through in the future to start to shift people away from thinking about traditional roles of lawyer, doctor, dentist, rather than thinking, okay, I want to work in this sphere and I need to accept that that may shift over time.
Ruth, I just wanted to add, and it's to a point that Paul raised as well. You asked about a hyper-local outcome. Well, this is Generation Northeast, isn't it? This is what this conference is about, and collaboration. And we are the University Centre, Newcastle College, University Centre, Newcastle College. We collaborate with the university, Newcastle University, Northumbria University, Sunderland, Durham. You know, equally as well with all of our college, Gateshead, in New College, Durham, Northumberland. I'm going to forget some of them now. But we are clearly collaborating. We all don't have, there's not one soul provided the answer, and therefore then it's a really strong place to be in the Northeast with everybody working together to contribute. And as I've said on a number of occasions, you know, it's the preserve and the role of institutions like Newcastle University to think and design a future. It's my job as the principal of this college, and NCG's job is then to apply that future to make sure that we create thinking workers that are bright and articulate and can take that those matters that have been researched and apply them. So, for example, that they're the people that will make that happen. That's really important to the ecology of the Northeast that will make a hyper-local solution.
It's interesting. Thank you, because one of the key things that's come out, if you're summarising the last 2 days, is that the very conventional, typical white-collar careers, etc., are likely to be disrupted. That the very traditional skills and degree courses or the qualifications that you would have needed to have entered into those are becoming, I'm not going to say less important because they'll still have relevancy, but less sought after. And it strikes me, and I'm keen to hear a broader view on this, that as we look more for critical skills, problem solving, creativity, that actually media and that sphere is likely to benefit significantly more from that. So I was going to push back to Gerard, because you had 2 questions, and I'm keen to probe this a little bit further. You've got a really broad audience for the college, because you don't just have your students, you've got their parents, you've got employers, you've got businesses who look and collaborate. You've got the kind of wider society that looks to education to inform. So your audience is vast and very disparate and has different needs. What's your considerations as to how AI could help you communicate with that really disparate audience?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I think we're really now coming to understand the capabilities of that and the opportunities. Previously, if we wanted to communicate with particular communities that our colleges serve in another language, it would have taken us a lot longer to be able to do that communicate effectively in a way that we can now do really, really quickly, and a way that we can automate that as well. So I think there's something interesting around the harder to reach communities that gives us an in with that. I think in terms of businesses, and our engagement with employers in the region, I think the key is we're coming together on this anyway because of events like today when we recognise actually there's a challenge here and we need to kind of work through this transformation, and we're probably going to be more successful at that if we do that together. I think in terms of parents and access to communication with students outside of college, I think we're really only on the cusp of seeing what the kind of advantages could be there. We've long had systems that our parents and carers can engage with, but we've maybe done that on it exists on a maybe superficial level where we could do this in much more detail in terms of their engagement with the work that the learners are producing. If we could come back to just a point early on though around where we talked through some of the kind of questions around news and where they're getting the news from. I think what we've got to really kind of also do with learners in particular is get them to be questioning things, and that's not a bad thing. If they question more, if they don't take things on surface value, I think that can only be a real benefit. Because you see too many instances where people will just go on Copilot or whatever, type in, get the answer, and then just regurgitate that. I think we've really got to be kind of honing that. You should be questioning everything. That is a good thing.
That's a perfect segue back to Eleanor. So
I'm not
thank
sure
you
I
for
answered
that.
the question, actually.
No, seriously, you think you'd done this. So thank you, Ellie. Just kind of picking up from that, kind of that trust. Here's what I've been told. Jared's saying we should question it and just be perhaps cautious as to challenging. But for most members of the public, their main understanding of AI comes from news stories, which are often or can be negative. And for example, recent investigations into X's Grok tool, etc., and that has come up several times. It was raised by a student, and whether it's been used to create sexualized image of women and children. Is there a way of protecting vulnerable people from the results of AI?
So I think what I would say, particularly focusing on the issue of Grok and the allegations that it's been used to create sexualized images of women and children. I mean, this isn't an AI-specific issue. This is a social issue. Violence against women and girls has been prevalent in society forever. Most women and minority groups that I know personally have experienced digital violence at some point in their lives. AI is just a tool that allows perpetrators to do this. It's free, it's simple to use, and the results are almost instant if they're going to do it. Of course they're going to do it with a tool like this. I wouldn't necessarily say that removing AI would solve this. This is an issue that has to be tackled on a more holistic basis by governments, by pop culture, in education. I'm sure there are companies out there doing really good work with AI. Unfortunately, at the same time, there are companies who aren't. It's a quick fix, it's a shortcut, it's a way of creating images that people want to create for whatever reason. It's not a problem about AI, it's a social issue, it's a society or a construct of society that sees human beings as not real as data sets or productivity targets or profit. I think in order to protect people or vulnerable people specifically from particularly things like Grok and that use of it, it's a question of, well, we kind of need to change the way that women and minorities and vulnerable people are seen in society first.
Thank you. We could have another panel session on that as well, but no, but the whole point of us running the 2 days is to actually raise the topics that we tend to not really want to talk about because they're uncomfortable. That's the reality. So, Steve, that's a great segue into how do we better protect citizens from bad actors in media? And are you doing anything at Enigma that can kind of give us some insights into what good practice could look like?
Well, I mean, I think if we're talking about sort of consumers at large, really, this has got to be more of an education issue. We already know that the internet is full of, all sorts of untruths and, in extreme cases, sort of harmful content. And we know from the past 20 years that it's been very difficult to the point of impossible to sort of fully legislate and control that. AI is going to make that more difficult again in the short term because generative AI is going to make it an awful lot easier for those sort of bad actors to be able to produce, disseminate, really compelling content that is deliberately misguiding people. So until we can get to such a point where perhaps there are tools, that can flag this, really we as a society maybe just need to shift our perceptions a little bit, sort of back into an assumption that the content that we're seeing could well be wrong, incorrect, could have a different motive behind it. And unless it's from a genuinely, authoritative source, we should really be questioning, how legitimate is it? What's the reasons for it? What might the motives be behind it?
We would do that in real life, wouldn't we? If you're meeting somebody for the first time when they told you something, your natural default is, well, do I know you? Do I trust you? Why are you telling me this? We would do that cautionary, but we seem not to put that guardrail in place.
I think that's true. I think if we're told something by Tony in the pub, we don't necessarily believe him. And I think we perhaps just need to get to the point where that's really what our online world is going to be, like even more so than it currently is. And then you lead into those questions of, okay, well, where do you get the authority from? Where do you get the truth from? What is the truth? Who owns that? How do you check against it?
I think this has been a question well before AI, and as we've talked about before, it's throughout history, right? We've had experiences over the years that have had major impacts to people personally as well as politically through platforms and social platforms, and they still don't really take accountability for the medium that they have. And so therefore there's the point of the content being created. I mean, I remember back in the day when I first got to touch Adobe, Photoshop as an example, and how easy it was to put somebody else's face onto a picture, and misuse of that was not by me, but by other people, there was misuse of that and so on. It's an evolution of it, right? It makes it a lot easier. You just put a prompt in and it creates it rather than having to spend hours matching the colors and so on and so forth and blending and all the rest of it. But in regards to, there's that point of it, of the creation of the content, but then there's also the responsibility and accountability of the mediums of how it gets shared. And that is an easier option of having filters and such in place that could then check the content to make sure it's pushed. But they're very slow at making those agreements that they've made with governments that they will do that. It's very, very slow on how they're adopting it.
And I think we've got to recognise that there isn't always going to be the commercial motivation to put those filters in place.
That's the driver, right? If you really want to hurt them and if you really want to stop it, financial impact. Money talks.
Gerard?
I think there's something quite interesting around your kind of chatbot AI and the way that it's changed information finding and made it feel much more like a personalized experience, which leads to trust, which I think creates a slightly higher risk. I think we all probably know that if you go on Wikipedia and you type it in, you might need to take some of that with a pinch of salt because anybody's contributed to it. But if over time you are in an ongoing conversation with a machine that knows your name and kind of that feels conversational, and you build trust, then when there are things like hallucinations, which we know AI does, it's much easier to, you may well have established that kind of trust where, well, I know that's going to
Building
give
a
me the
relationship,
answer
technically,
that,
aren't you?
that I want. And I think that that's the thing which is, which over time is something we need to increasingly kind of think, you know, you need to step back from this. And because it is so conversational. I mean, how many people kind of put please at the end of any question that they ask?
I think, I was just about to say that. If you think about it sometimes when you're in a conversation with somebody, how many times you actually question the next couple of layers beneath the statement of, well, where did you get that information from? Is it fact or is it somebody else's point of view that's then been echoed and so on and forth? That it is kind of that human interaction with AI. That actually, as humans, when we're conversing, sometimes that misinformation and what somebody said in the pub becomes gospel about somebody else in the pub and so on and so forth. Right?
Don't need a show of hands, but we all know someone who's done this, where you've asked your home device, whichever is of your choosing, a particular question, it's given you an answer, and you said thank you, and it comes back and says, I don't know how to respond to that. But we are technically
that's a unit. That's not really AI. Though. That's a business rules engine that's running that.
But it's indeed. But it's almost, we can't stop being, or perhaps shouldn't stop being humans, but we seem to be implicitly building a relationship with our communication device, whether it's our chatbot Tony or it's our co-pilots or whatever, ChatGPT or our other engines. It sounds like we're building relationships with them, which again takes us into a different sphere. But
funny fact, if you say thank you to ChatGPT and the like, it actually costs them money.
I heard that. Computer. Yes, because it never programmed it to respond. I can't validate that. But sorry, I'm going to go back to Eleanor on this one. Speaking on skills, how can journalists learn to use AI tools in their work without losing key skills that they develop for their role?
I mean, I think that is quite a tricky question because, I mean, as with most jobs, as with most industries, the more you do it, the better you get. And I mean, within the company that I work for, we have had training sessions about the AI tools that are being implemented and that we are encouraged to use, with the caveat that we should be using them as a support rather than a crutch. I think as someone in an earlier sort of panel mentioned, never as a replacement for real journalism. Things like spelling and grammar checking, we have a system that monitors other media outlets around the Northeast so that we can see what they're running and what they're talking about, so that we can make sure we haven't missed anything, or we can see how people are covering certain stories. I think one of the big concerns that I see with newsrooms is staff using tools like ChatGPT, particularly ChatGPT, which is open, rather than a sort of internal system, to create copy, whether that's for the web, whether that's for news bulletins or social media posts, and not only sort of using it and banging it straight online without checking that it's accurate, because in a lot of cases it can be inaccurate, or they use the tool over and over again until they stop practicing themselves, and then their own skills are not being honed and practiced, which, you know, it weakens the output of the organization as a whole. I mean, we have seen recently sort of an anecdote from our company, the company who creates our travel bulletins, talking about which roads are closed and whether there's been an accident. They have been using AI to create some of the bulletins, and it's led to some of the place names being pronounced wrong across the country. And I mean, particularly in local radio, that is the surefire way to get emails of complaint, because people care when they're listening to the radio and they hear, for example, Prudhoe in Northumberland. If someone says Prudhoe, someone there is going to go, well, that's not right. And you know, this happens with newsreaders. I remember a case of a newsreader from Manchester saying Pontyland instead of Pontyland, and we had phone calls to the newsroom about it. It's a surefire way to straight away alienate your audience. And so that's an issue that we have come across. So that, yeah, that's, I mean, I think it's a case of balancing where you're using the tools as a support or to help kind of make your job more streamlined, but without actually losing the skills that are inherent to journalism.
Got it. Steve, are there guardrails or protocols that either your organisation puts in place or the industry could put in place to ensure the media content is accurate, that what is being deployed is correct?
So I think the increasing use of sort of AI to generate content is something that us as providers of content need to be very guarded about. So yeah, I mean, we are very cautious about it, primarily because we are producing content on behalf of clients. So we're still a little bit reticent about using it for the majority of things. It is inevitably going to become kind of more and more prolific, simply because it's quicker, it's cheaper, and you get a quality of sorts. It is something that we need to keep an eye on, though, I think, because it feeds back into that very first question about trust. And if we're not outputting quality content, then in the long run, we cease to become like an authority, a trusted source of information. I think, in the long run, that's very important.
It takes a long time to build trust, but very easy to lose. Paul, I'm going to come to you. What role does AI play in addressing education inequalities in our region?
What places does it?
What role does AI play in addressing education inequalities in the region?
I think we talked about this a bit yesterday, didn't we, in regards to there's the digital divide that I think we're one of the hardest hit regions, and support and help with that. And I mentioned some of the programs that companies like Lenovo and working with our partners of refreshing equipment and making it cheap and accessible for people to be able to get to, like £35 for a phone and so on, low cost for PCs and laptops. And then with that, then access to the artificial intelligence through the technology. But initially, if you haven't got a device, you haven't got AI, right? So it's about making that accessible. And funny enough, off the spin out from some of the discussions we had yesterday, I've reached out to some political friends and corporate friends and thinking about how we can create something around AI skills to help elevate it and attract it to people from personal to business. So we'll see if that comes out from a mad idea that Paul has, and I have lots of them. I think it really resonated with me in the sessions yesterday that actually maybe that divide's a little bit bigger than I'd initially thought, and from a few conversations that I'd had yesterday as well. And I think colleges, universities, schools, we talked about libraries yesterday with Jenny, but the access to the technology and also the understanding of it. And as we talked about, it's very easy to jump onto the terminology of artificial intelligence, and we've done it on the stage, myself included, talked about Copilot, talked about ChatGPT, but AI is an awful lot more than that. And also, for example, you were talking about how you keep your authenticity as an organization. Well, actually, have your own private domain of a GPT that learns your culture, learns everything from your content and the data that's from that, and builds from that to retain that. So then, data sovereignty, which is a big topic in regards to artificial intelligence and data in all.
And thank you for picking up on those points and acting upon them. That's exactly why we put these 2 days together, to identify what the challenges are and risks and how we deal with that. I'm getting my 5-minute warning. Thank you. John, how will AI transform personalised learning experiences here at the college?
Well, to Paul's point, and we heard examples yesterday, didn't we, where I think we heard how learning was tailored towards, because the individual was learning was a fan of Friends, so questions were asked as a Friends character. And there's interesting K-pop in it. So I think there's a means to personalize. I also think as well, I was just thinking, and I'll come and answer the question in a second, but what happens, I think we are in a hinge point of history here, and we drive cars, we don't ride horses anymore. And I don't know how to ride a horse, but I know how to drive a car. And I'm wondering, in 10 years' time, there's going to be a reframed question here, because we're talking about AI and development of technology when we still got one hand on legacy. But we don't question the internet now. We just simply don't. We don't question, as people were talking yesterday, about the capacity and use of phones. You can buy clothes, book a holiday, book food, and it arrives at your front door. Whereas 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I remember my household had never had a pizza delivered to its house. And I came back from university and ordered a pizza. The man knocked at the door and my mum said, he knows where we live now. I said, yeah, that's his job at the pizza. She went, you can make it yourself or go and walk. I don't want somebody coming to that door. She felt towards sovereignty, talk about protection. She felt that her privacy had been breached and that guy knew. And then equally, if I want a pizza, I can go get it myself. Things have moved on substantially. And so then to go back to personalized learning in here, what we're doing is we're setting, as I said yesterday, we've got clear guardrails about how we're using technology, but we're encouraging and collaborating with students to learn with them. And I think after this, what these 2 days have taught me is I need to sit down and have a conversation with Paul about how we can work together and learn what Paul's doing and be guided by people who are really at the cutting edge, but then to be brought back so Gerard and I can digest or what's ready to drip feed into the world of our students. Because at the college, there's 13,000 students here. They're not all children. They're not all 16 to 18-year-olds. They're adults. And so we've got to navigate then, not only the use, we've got to navigate their rights and entitlements, but equally then keeping them safe. And also, as I said yesterday, not to erode privacy.
Thank you. I'm going to pass one of the closing questions across to Gerard. Gerard, how do you prepare your educators and company training departments for an AI-driven classroom?
Yeah, it's something which we're putting a lot of energy and effort into at the moment. And I think there's an element of this where we need to accept that some of this will be running alongside our learners who are developing those skills just as quickly. We've made some major capital investment around this to make sure we've got the right learning spaces so that we can utilize that technology within the classroom effectively, and that our learners, regardless, of course, just get used to that being a kind of day in, day out part of their learning experience in the way that it will become a day in, day out part of their employment experience. Lots of colleges are kind of working through this at the moment and kind of seeing the huge opportunities. But I think at the core of it is, for us as an organization, I think what it's going to allow us to do is put more energy into spending the time with those individual learners. That is not about technology. Actually, the technology is going to allow us to get learners up and running, get them working quickly, as long as we've got the staff with the right skill set. But it should free people up, and it should free up ultimately time of things that were spent, time spent marking assignments. We're already seeing that AI can quickly assist in that, again, freeing up more time. And I go back to what I spoke about this morning. If we accept that some of the roles within our organization, we may well be able to fully automate, that leads us to kind of think of a future where that will mean that we need fewer people. Ultimately, if we had more people doing things that were more impactful with our learners, if everybody was engaged in things that were driving forward learning and development of skills, then what we could achieve is limitless. And I think really kind of getting people up to accept that and see that as part of their daily work is important. We've got people who are flying ahead. We've got people who are creating agents to automate aspects of their work to speed things along. But the reality of it is, in a big organization like ours, and not necessarily those involved in student-facing roles, we've got people whose internet use skills are quite limited. So actually, we've got to spend the time and invest in them so that we can get them developing those skills so that they are as future-proof as our learners.
Can I just add something? Not pitch the book too much, but one of the chapters in the book, I talk about how school was horrendous. I left school with 0 qualifications, dyslexic, I only recently discovered I was ADHD, blah, 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 right? Creative thinker at the end of the day. If you think about the education system, it hasn't changed from the industrial side of things, right? It's very much been read this book, answer this question, get a tick and an A. We are totally on a transformation of that, as we've all talked about over the past few days. And I think one of the things that's critical is, like, for example, I did a lot of work with the industrial side of things and manufacturing in the region as well as globally. There is a massive shortage of people working in factories because it's not cool, it's not what they want to do. But they don't actually realize how advanced a lot of manufacturing has become that some of the stuff's even gamified and that that's of interest. And to enable kids and people at college and university to start to understand that, the businesses need to be working much closer with the education and giving the kids the opportunity to hear the stories. And I think opportunities of having industry come into colleges and universities and schools and share stories about what they do and the stuff that they make and so on and so forth, it's going to resonate with somebody in that room that may not have thought about that industry to move into. And I think starting to build out that kind of education system is absolutely critical now.
Thank you. Diverse panelists and really deep answers to questions. So thank you so much for your consideration to give such insightful responses. It's hugely appreciated. I don't feel as if we've even just scratched the surface and the opportunity of this discussion, quite honestly. I'm sorry we were just limited to 40 minutes, but that's what the agenda dictated. So my sincere thanks to you all. It's kind of hard to summarize everything that was shared and explored because we really just, as I said, just touched on the surface. But if I was to summarize it, we're kind of saying, look, the intelligence may be artificial, but the opportunity is very real. But we have to address some of these societal challenges, the gap in accessibility. If you don't have access to technology, you're going to be left behind. If you are, I think Susan touched it earlier, and some executives and some team members are Luddites, that's just a generational gap. How do we upskill our current workforce to be able to embrace the technologies, and how do we put appropriate guardrails in place to ensure that we're using and treating technologies appropriately? So my thanks to all our panelists, to Eleanor, to Steve, to Paul, to John, and to Gerard for your insightful responses. We're going to finish this panel discussion. Please give a round of applause for everyone who participated. And we're on to our final session today. I think so, yes. Folks, thank you. Oh, am I back on? Hello? Is my mic on? Is the mic on? I can't hear. No. Oh, it is. Thank you. Sorry. Bellowing out. There you go. Look, we're coming up to the final minutes of our 2 days, and we're wrapping up. The final session is no less important. It is a huge opportunity to thank particularly our sponsors of this event, which are Lenovo and NVIDIA for being our headline sponsors. Thank you so much. To HTG, to Sage, to Hedgehog Labs, to Enigma Interactive, and to LAB as well. We can't do events like this without support, so huge thanks to them. We can't do events like this without the engagement of the event holders and primary visionaries to bring this to life. It started off as an idea about 6 months ago to say, look, there's an awful lot going on in our region. How do we bring it together and bring the voice of a collective community? So that is technology leaders, it's business leaders, it's academia, and it's government. I think that's been representative over the last 2 days. It's my great honour now to sit down with kind of three of our leaders from Newcastle College Group who have been tremendous supporters to put this on. And I know when we had this idea 6 months ago, we put a lot of pressure on, in addition to a very busy curriculum and to an organisation that is going through transformative change at a hectic pace and leading the charge when it comes to the other college communities up and down the country. So with that, I'm going to sit down and pick up my other mic. So is this one on now? It is. That's lovely. Thank you. So welcome to Liz Bromwich and Tony Lewin and John Ridley for joining. So some of the audience, let's say, were familiar with you on day one, but perhaps less so on day two. So as CEO, deputy principal and CEO, for example, principal. Sorry, I know.
Doesn't matter.
Recognition is important. So sorry if I got that incorrect. It's lovely to reconvene. I'm not going to call it a fireside chat because I'll set off the alarms, but as our closing remarks and sharing observations and getting your perspective, one of the key things that came out of the collective 2 days were we should avoid calling soft skills. By terming it soft skills, it almost demeans and suggests it's less important, isn't required, and has less relevance. The big things that have come out are the requirement by employers for collaboration, critical thinking, curiosity, and problem solving. What are your takes on how you feel you can incorporate that into your strategy go forward, your curriculum go forward, and your learning practices go forward? So I'll start with Liz first, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think this is really what we call enhancement. So the stuff that is assessed or examined or whatever is the hard qualification, but it's the stuff that wraps around it that's so important. And certainly when we bring our careers advisors into classrooms, they will focus very much on what employers need by way of critical thinking, teamwork, communication skills. And you really only learn those things and hone them brilliantly if you have work experience or simulated work experience in a classroom. So being able to practice the things that may not be written down and read and learned, and being in the classroom to have those enhanced skills is something I think we're hugely aware of. And as I said on day one, employability is fundamentally different from employment. Being able to be employed is a real skill in itself, or a set of skills, which young people in an age of screens and isolation may find particularly challenging, and it's our job to make sure that they are helped on that journey.
Thank you. Tony, your thoughts on that?
So the way I've looked at it after the last 2 days is that I need to stop and rethink what I'd previously thought I knew about AI. So there's a lot come out today, and the big takeaway that I, to link back to your question is, we have a job to do, both locally and nationally, to make people aware of the potential of AI and how to include it, not as you said, as a soft skill, but actually as core and fundamental to what we do. And the curriculum content is ever evolving. We're always talking to the Department of Education and others around what that could look like. And right now, my big takeaway is, how do I make sure that I'm representing what I've heard over the last 2 days and raising that to the right levels, both locally and nationally. So with our mayoral authority and how that works, but also with government and in those roles.
Thank you. John, your thoughts on how that's going to...
Yeah, my thoughts are it's experience. And so it's not soft skills, it's human character we talked about today, haven't we? Talked about, and yesterday, resilience, curiosity, the willingness to learn, to be self-starting. That's what employers are looking for. It's the work readiness. And in terms of, we talk about skills, but as we mentioned, and we've almost defined really, it's experience that individuals require. And so the curriculum here is all about getting people as close as possible to the industry that they wish to progress into when they leave, so they have every opportunity to demonstrate that they are capable within that context. That capability in that context means that they have experience, whether simulated or as a result of internship or placements. It means that they go and they are work ready. They can be an asset either as an entrepreneur, which I haven't really touched upon much, and perhaps entrepreneurs will be the future. You have more entrepreneurs than we will have people who become part of a workforce. So they either go and be a business leader, an entrepreneur, or a capable member of a workforce.
You're right, the businesses that haven't even been created yet, or the industries and sectors and jobs of tomorrow, exactly what this session is all about. You've been very successful at attracting high-profile speakers over the 2 days, and today we had Dame Chi Onwurah, Chair and Data Science and Technology Commissioner for the UK, and she gave a great talk. One of the key things I pulled out was the northeast of the UK can become the AI industrial heartland of the country, hugely ambitious, but she gave a lot of evidence to, well, we've done this before in previous revolutions. There's no reason why we can't do it again. What role would you like Newcastle College Group to play in that industrial heartland revolution?
I think Newcastle College, being probably the largest further education college in the country, with a local MP who has that ambition. She's recently been made a Dame. She has a very influential role in government and in the Parliament more generally. I think that we are absolutely the mechanism by which industry meets education, and education introduces learners, the workforce of the future, for the jobs of the future, back to industry. And I think that over the 2 days, the words collaboration, collaborative, partnership have been used over and over again. And I think that the role that the college can play is being a collaborator, being a partner, creating a bridge between industry and learners, and then from the northeast to the rest of the country. And I think that we have a community represented by many of the people in this room, which is willing to work together to be that leading force of how it can be done when people do collaborate.
Thank you. Tony, how would you like, I say like's the right word, but I don't think anyone wants to run into being a revolutionary, but what, for those in the audience who are representing businesses or who have an individual aspiration to lean in and support, how do they work with the college? How do they engage? How do they let you know of their interest? And what does that look like?
So I think I mentioned it yesterday. We're always available for contact, and you don't have to rely on the formal communication channels. You know, if you want to get in touch with anybody, you go onto LinkedIn, you'll find somebody from Newcastle College or from NCG that a business can reach out and start the conversation. And once that conversation starts, you know, who knows where that'll lead. I think it works both ways, though. Equally, we're an organisation of over 2,500 employees and over 40,000 students in one form or another. So therefore, it's how do we harness that communication the other way? How do we actually mobilise everybody to actually say that we're to be part of the discussion around how AI can be more effectively adopted in their local area, wherever that is.
Appreciate that. So thank you for that, because I think it's pointing towards you don't necessarily need to be a school leaver to engage with the college. I think that's often a misconception that colleges only deal with 16, 17, 18-year-olds. There are mature students who come and learn here. So I suppose if I'm to direct this question to John, we've coined a new phrase, or if it exists already, I hadn't heard it, but I particularly liked it. You know, we've had FOMO and now we've got FOBO, fear of becoming obsolete. And AI is moving at such an unprecedented pace. The ability to feel obsolete, whether you are or not, is very real. So if you were an individual who is less familiar with AI, how can an individual who's not a school leaver get engaged in courses for upskilling, reskilling, new work?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just with AI, and I'm sure, speaking about everybody at Newcastle College of the University Centre, we're here, we're relearning. So reach out, you know, and all the usual ways you can reach out through social media, through the website, come in, chat. That's the beauty. You don't necessarily need to know how to do something. You just need to know what you want to do. You've got experts here that can help you get where you want to be.
I have to say that the experts are really good. We developed a coding course just a couple of years ago where you can learn basic coding in just a matter of weeks, very similar to a boot camp and that type of initiative. So available to all ages, all disciplines, all social demographics, etc., which is super important. I'm going to ask you, just for your own kind of thoughts, where do you see AI going in the next 18 months as an individual? How are you embracing it? How do you see it? Just a quick one-minute answer.
I think we've just got to stop being frightened of it. I think, you know, recognising that it is a way of working and living and thinking, and actually we are all using AI probably every day without even realising it. So it's just opening our eyes and being aware and taking away the fear factor. I was loving the discussion earlier about, you know, misinformation, disinformation, not saying the right thing. We have a global world leader who doesn't know the difference between Greenland and Iceland, and we're worried about a bit of misinformation through AI. You know, get with it.
So from a personal point of view, AI is becoming very more prominent in everything I do, which is fine. But my job is typical of those service industry jobs where, you know, there's a lot of paperwork now being replaced by digital sort of activity. What I'm really interested to see is how is it going to impact in those areas that aren't naturally aligned to that. So we talked about, Jared mentioned how we see law as being one of those areas that could see a big change, but actually how will it impact on the construction industry? You know, in that way, that's where some of the real challenges lie. And that's what I'm interested to see happen in the next 18 months.
Curiosity. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated to learn more. I think that's what these last 2 days have shown me is just where I can and what I can learn more about. And that's what I came here having a reasonable understanding of AI, and I've discovered that actually it's not even touched the surface. And so I'm really excited about learning more. That's my personal perspective.
Brilliant. Thank you. We're wrapping up now. Thank you for your attention and contributions over the last 2 days.
Just before we wrap up, Ruth,
Uh-huh.
we've got something for you. So can we just, Ruth, when you have a daft idea,
Got you a robot.
got your robot. So
Or Tony.
this looks like Veronica, but it's a humanoid. And when you have a daft idea and you get somebody as inspirational as Ruth, who kind of keeps prodding and making sure that happens, Ruth has made this happen. So please, would you show your sign of appreciation? Give Ruth a round of applause, please. Thanks, Ruth. Thank you very much.
Gosh, thank you. Genuinely wasn't expecting that. Hugely appreciate
I mean, we hope you like
it.
white flowers. Otherwise,
Love
we've made
them.
a massive
Love
mistake
them.
there,
Oh
haven't we?
gosh, thank you so much. Very, 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 very touched. I'm almost lost for words. It's very seldom happens to me. But if I was to sum up the 2 days, the range of topics, the speakers, the integrity, the consideration to the depth and insights that people have shared has been overwhelming. I have to be honest. The action plans that we've got are significant. Our to-do list is not small. Dame Chi asked if she could have that, what were the key actions that came out of this, and she wants to raise it with the combined authority. She wants to ensure that her division has it as well, and I think that's a really good a good lean in to say that people are interested in what we've started here by way of conversation, dialogue, discourse and debate. It's all very necessary. It's not always going to be harmonious. We're going to have to thrash this out. The enthusiasm for the opportunity for the North East is huge. We all recognise that. The enthusiasm is amazing. If I was to sum up how we conclude after the 2 days in one word is ready. We are so ready for this. We really are. I think a football manager in the changing rooms, but we are so ready for this. We really are. We know our strengths. We know we're being very honest about the shortcomings and what we need to address and overcome, but there's no lack of appetite and willingness and enthusiasm and capability and skills and collaboration. We have that in absolute spades and buckets. So thank you for everybody. You have taken my breath away. I'm super pleased, but it is amazing when you actually come across people who are like-minded, can do, lean in and give us a forum and a platform like this and are willing to bring collaborators together. So thank you. This is not over. You will be contacted. You will be called upon to contribute again, go forward. But for the conclusion of 2 days, that's a wrap.
Thank you.
Except it's not quite a wrap because nothing's ever quite over, is it? Ruth, we're really, really grateful to you for fronting this event up. But of course, a huge amount of effort goes into what happens behind the scenes. And so we would also like to say thank you so much, Kat, for the work that you have done to make sure that everything has been so smoothly. Now it's a wrap. Thank you.